What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Wednesday, October 22nd, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, some very unfortunate injury news for Texas football. How will it impact the Longhorns the rest of the way? More sound from Steve Sarkisian's Monday press conference. Got some interesting Dallas Cowboys news to dive into. Should the Cowboys be buyers at the NFL trade deadline coming up? We'll get to our SEC power rankings. We will recap night one in the NBA. And maybe the most disgusting 4-second video that I've ever seen in my entire life. Oh, yeah. A lot to dive into in the world of sports and beyond. It is a hump day, and it is also National Nut Day. Buck, happy Nut Day to you, my friend.
Thank you for participating with these nuts. Good. Yes, I'm a big pecan fan. I'm a pecan fan. Throw it in anything. Throw them nuts in anything. Put it in a little muffin, and I'm there for it. Banana nut muffins, love them. My wife just made a bunch of those for me. Some muffins for breakfast. I love them.
Throw them nuts in anything. Did I hear that right?
You can throw them nuts in anything for me. I'm good with it.
Mm.
You know, butter pecan ice cream. I'm there for them nuts too. I'm there for the ice cream, but I'm there for them nuts too.
Ice cream, chocolate, any dessert?
Yeah, any dessert, but I don't like pecan pie. I don't like just it's just too sweet. Them nuts kind of take away the sweetness, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes them nuts ain't that sweet.
So it's more the filling that you don't like, but
yes.
You like the nuts always. Any way you can have them, you want those nuts.
I want those nuts, yes.
You want those, and you want
these nuts?
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Any chance I can get them that way, that is absolutely fine with me.
Nuts.
What about you? You a nut fan?
Not a big nut fan, no.
Not a handful of almonds?
I will occasionally go for a handful, maybe even a fistful of nuts from time to time.
There you go. Oh, I bet you can grab a fistful, all right.
Oh, I can grab 2 fistfuls at
That's even better. Yeah.
But I'm not a nuts mixed with anything else guy.
You're just straight up nuts.
I think nuts and dessert are 2 very different things. So don't put your nuts in my ice cream. Don't put your nuts in my chocolate. Don't put your nuts in my pie. Don't put your nuts in my soda. I don't want your nuts
in your hands. Just put your nuts in your hand.
Just in my hands to my mouth, please.
That's great. That is perfect. That is a whole chock full of nuts. Yeah, good job. Wonderful. Now that you got my wife all mad at me after you sent me that video of that old lady and the chiropractor, she goes, why does it always have to be an old lady? Why can't that be an old man getting zipped away? I said, it's not as funny as an old lady. She goes, why is that? That's wrong. And I'm like, no, that's just perfect.
Look, I wasn't there. I didn't film the footage, right? Somebody sent this along to me. So this is how it happened in the chiropractor's office, and I can only show you what I was given.
Dude, the best one is, of course, the old lady asking the doctor, are you okay?
Yeah,
those are just too funny.
If y'all don't know what we're talking about, we ended the show yesterday. I kept one of these available, and I think this is the one you're referencing. But some interesting videos that found me online earlier this week. An old lady getting worked on at a chiropractor. Here we go.
All right, Miss Cooper, just relax your shoulders for me. A little push, okay?
If you say so, dear.
Big breath in. And out.
Oh,
there it is.
Sweet mercy.
Oh my.
Are you okay?
She's like, that's not nice. I'm like, that's just so funny. She goes, are you okay?
She asked the guy who throws her through the door if he's okay. Like, what, did that hurt his hands too much?
That is awesome. That is so awesome. She didn't take kindly to any of them. I like, come on, you have to laugh. She goes, why does it always have to be an old lady? I said, what do you want to be, a young kid? You know, what's better? There's nothing better than that. Maybe a baby.
I would probably watch that too.
Yes, there's no doubt. If you're still interested in punting a baby.
Oh, of course.
Wow,
Always.
that is too funny. Too funny, man. That's great. I thought it was great. She like
Thank you.
chuckled and then she goes, that's not really that funny. I'm like, yeah, it is. It's hilarious.
Yeah, she's just worried that that one day could be her. Is that her fear?
Could be. Could have. Don't forget she's got a 97-year-old mom. So
Oh no.
I
That wasn't her in the video, was it?
don't think so. She's a little lighter than that. She's not quite as round as that
Yeah.
lady, but
Oh.
she's an older lady that could be tossed pretty easily through a door like that. There's no doubt about it. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you for doing a great job. We do appreciate the great job that you do for us each and every day. To you and your families, thank your families for sharing you with all of us, and do be safe out there, please.
Yes, indeed. Appreciate everybody tuning in on a Wednesday morning. It is National Nut Day. It is also National Make a Dog Day.
Make a dog
Oh, Make a Dog's Day.
or make a
Yeah.
dog's day.
I was like,
Yeah, I could go clean up the backside of my dog. He's got some stray hairs back there and some brownish stuff, but I'm doing that this weekend. I'm knocking him out and giving him a cleaning, BK, and a cutting. How about that? How about that for my weekend? Get a couple pills in the dog where he can't do anything, and then just get to work on him.
yeah, I don't know if you're really making your dog's day by doing that.
Well, I mean, he's getting a little sleep, a little extra sleep,
Yeah, that's true.
and I'm
Yeah.
using gloves. I was thinking that's not like Mother Earth back there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, I don't know what that is back there, but I don't want any part of that. So good luck. Godspeed to you.
I wanted to get a groomer, but I couldn't find a groomer that would come and take a 140-pound dog and wash him. You have to either take the dog somewhere, maybe to the car wash. That's what I'd like to do. I'd like to get him in one of those cattle trailers and put one of those car wash hoses on him.
Yeah. Hit up the Silver Spurs and borrow Bevo's trailer.
Yeah, no shit, and just get him in there and get the car wash spray.
No
Get him
problem.
in there. Watch him cower in a corner for a change and
And then-
spray him down.
And then they'll make you clean up Bevo's crap after that.
Oh yeah, that'll be my job too.
Throw it in that A&M bucket that they have.
Oh,
It's a good
do
bit.
they
down.
save that for A&M and then toss it at them?
That's not a
toss
bad
it-
idea, right? Like
toss it at their dog.
at Reveille.
Yeah.
I was going to say Mike Elko, right? When Mike Elko's leading A&M on the field at DKR on Black Friday, you just throw that bucket at him.
Hey, don't talk about my #1 SEC team like that. Don't say that.
Yeah,
That's
we'll
right.
Get to our SEC power rankings later.
Yeah,
in the
there's
show.
a little indication of where I'm going.
There's
with
no
mine.
bigger A&M fan outside of College Station than Bucky Godbolt, as we've learned throughout this year.
Let them continue to win and feel good.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll see. They got a big one Saturday night in Death Valley, taking on an LSU team that is pretty desperate for a win right now with the way
By the way,
things.
and that will hurt too if they were to lose against that group that's been losing to everybody.
Oh
LSU.
my God.
It
Yeah.
looks terrible.
Yeah. LSU's been struggling as of late. So maybe an opportunity for the Aggies to get what would be a huge road win on a Saturday night. Not a lot of people win at Tiger Stadium at night.
true.
But A&M has a chance. They're playing well, and LSU is going the opposite direction. So we'll talk about that game. We'll get to our SEC power rankings a little bit later on. But unfortunately, Buck, some big news to talk about regarding the Texas Longhorns. Yesterday afternoon, it was first reported by On3 Sports and then confirmed by a number of other outlets. All-American safety Michael Taaffe underwent thumb surgery on Monday. The timetable for his return is unknown. He reportedly suffered the injury in the fourth quarter of the Longhorns' win at Kentucky. He had an X-ray on Sunday, and then the surgery was done the day after on Monday. So, again, as of now, the exact timetable for his return is unknown. The early speculation is that we won't see Michael Taaffe again until the Georgia game. Obviously, Texas will play Mississippi State this Saturday. Vanderbilt back here in Austin next Saturday, then a bye week, and then Georgia. So that would be just shy of 4 weeks off for Michael Taaffe. Again, if that early timeline holds true. But I think it's safe to say, of course, we'll get an injury report tonight, and we'll hear again from Steve Sarkisian tomorrow. But, Buck, I think it's safe to say that the Horns will be playing in the land of the cowbells without Michael Taaffe.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Leadership right there for him, and being in that secondary with all that madness there, that's going to hurt. That's going to hurt. That hurts the defense. With your secondary leader back there, and they don't have a great passing game, but he's also involved in the run game. So that's one you didn't want to hear about. And for the kid, hopefully he can get back like John Interceptier. It's not the same. It's not the throwing hand, but boy, you got to make a lot of tackles. You got to come up there and get your hands on passes and things like that. So you may see him with a cast in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, we'll see. And you brought up John Interceptier, as you like to call him, the quarterback at Oklahoma. It was 17 days between his surgery and his return against Texas. The Vanderbilt game is less than that, right? The surgery happened on Monday, so that'd be 12 days.
Yeah, you got to think he's a DB. I mean, they can cast that up enough to protect the hand, but him trying to defend is different. I mean, the cast will be light. It'll be a light cast if he were to try to play before it's 100%. He's probably going to play. I mean, it's going to be. Does he have another year, or is he done anyway?
This is it.
No, he'll find a way to play. So I got a feeling by Vandy, he's going to try to cast that up and play.
Yeah, and I have no idea if it's the same injury or the same surgery that John Mateer had, right? It's just a thumb injury.
In general, with a thumb injury, broken thumb, guys play with broken thumbs on defense. Linebackers play all the time. Guys play with broken hands.
Right. Well, the good news is it doesn't sound like it's season ending for Michael Taaffe, so it's not like his Longhorn career is over. But obviously, you've got a must-win game this Saturday in Starkville against a much-improved Mississippi State team, and then top 10 Vanderbilt comes to town. Like, I still think you can beat Mississippi State. I think you can win both of these games without Michael Taaffe. But with Mississippi State, yes, it's on the road, but you are talking about one of the worst teams in the conference. Vanderbilt's a top 10 team in America right now.
Yes.
And they've got a son of a gun at quarterback who is very tough to defend in Diego Pavia.
And you would like
you would like an Eli Stowers at tight end. I mean, there's a lot of talent on that Vanderbilt team. It's not just Pavia. They're playing really, really well right now. So you would like to have all hands on deck for what could be a very big game next weekend. So that's the one where I think it could hurt a little bit more than this one.
For sure.
So, yeah, I mean, Michael Taaffe leads the team, 51 tackles. He's got an interception. He's got a sack. He's been really good in Texas's last two games, right? The wins over Oklahoma and Kentucky, 19 tackles in those two games. He had that big sack on the safety blitz in the second half against OU. And this guy's a stud. All-American last year, preseason All-American this year. He's one of the best defensive backs in America. And he's also like the heart and soul of this football team. So, it sounds like Michael Taaffe is going to be traveling with the team this weekend, so he'll be there on the sideline to provide emotional and moral support, but it ain't the same as, having one of your on-field leaders on the field.
Yeah, for the week, put a bell in his hand, let him ring it in the secondary.
Make sure you put it in his non-injured hand, right?
Yeah, let him ring that thing in the huddle or whatever he has to do. So, this is it's still a big loss on the road when the guy's not going to be on the field for you in a place like this. So we'll see. I'm still not to the point of feeling great about the game itself anyway.
Well, the line has actually gone up. You informed me of this right before we started this morning's show, right? Yesterday when we were talking to the people, Texas was a 6.5-point favorite. And I was wondering if the line was going to go down after this Taaffe injury news dropped, but it's gone the opposite direction. Texas now a 7.5-point favorite on a Wednesday morning.
Yeah, what does Vegas know about this Texas offense that we haven't seen? What surprises Vegas know?
Well, all you need to do is listen to me because I know all.
Okay.
There's the one guy on TSU who correctly picked Kentucky
Have
to
you
cover last week. Just
have
listen
you
to
have
what
you
I
figured have you figured the changes that will happen here? This is a big practice day, Wednesday.
It is a big practice day, Wednesday. Some good news on the injury front, and we'll get back to Michael Taaffe, and we'll talk about the safety position and kind of where the Longhorns go without him. But CJ Baxter did return to practice yesterday. So, again, we'll get our first injury report for the Mississippi State game tonight. I wouldn't be surprised if Baxter was on there somewhere, but the fact that he is back at practice, obviously a good sign that he could be a part of things in Stark Vegas.
Yeah, him just walking around and being able to do some things is a good thing. But
Yeah.
I will venture to say we'll see him more at Vandy than we will this week.
Yeah, I mean, this offense needs all the help it can get, right? We're looking
Yes, it
for
does.
answers, and it feels scary to rely on a guy who is banged up as often as CJ Baxter is, right? I
No,
mean,
dude, I'm not relying on him. I need a warm body compared to the Pep boys that come in. I know where I stand with him actually getting in the game and being, I need him to give a guy a blow for a couple plays because the Pep boys, I know what I'm going to get from them. Maybe he'll run somebody over for 6,
well, you're relying on him to be your number 2 running back on Saturday. I know you're not relying on him to get you 15 or 20 carries, but you are hoping he can help this offense look a little better, right?
And yeah, he can be running back and guard and center.
Can he play left guard?
Yeah, I'm gearing him more towards the following week. They need to find a way to win it. Like you said, they need to find a way to win this game with the players that they have. And Trey Wiseman needs to be very healthy. And he's going to get a lot of carries this week, I got a feeling. They're going to wear him out this week in the run game because they still have to be able to run the ball because they can't put it on Arch in this offensive line, because I know what we're going to get from the offensive line, but you can't put it all on the quarterback. The run game has to be there somehow. The running backs are going to have to do what they've been doing, making people miss in the hole and everything else, because this is, like I said, this is more than anything. I just think it's a weird place to play for a team that has a lot of confidence on defense, but offensively, they're searching. I mean, they're really searching right now. So,
yeah.
But you're right, all hands on deck. If he can give you a couple series, BK, then that's fine because they're already, what you're going to get from the other guys. You know exactly what kind of runs you're going to get. You're going to get maybe a nice run, and then you're going to get a couple stuffs. So,
right. Everybody talks about the quarterback. That's how it works. And of course, when the quarterback's last name is Manning, people are going to look at him more when things aren't going well. But I mean, you look at Texas's last 3 games. They ran the ball for 50 yards as a team in the Swamp. They lost. They ran it for close to $140 against OU. They won and looked very impressive in doing so. And then they reverted right back about 47 yards as a team against Kentucky. And they did find a way to win, but obviously that was an anemic offensive performance.
No, it had nothing to do with the run game.
Right. So it's like, it's one of those, I said it last week before the Kentucky game. This Texas team is not good enough to think they can just waltz into somewhere on the road in this conference and win. They've got to bring it. So in a perfect world, Buck, it's like, yeah, it's Mississippi State, and you've got top 10 Vandy next weekend. So let's just sit CJ Baxter and get him closer to 100%. So we have him for that bigger game. I don't think you can think like that right now.
Oh, no, not with this football team at all. That's why guys like missing Michael Taaffe sucks too. I mean, this is a road trip with a hostile environment. And so you really need them all. I'm glad he's making the trip anyway to be on the sideline and be with his teammates, but you need those guys on the field. At this part of the season, you would think a place like University of Texas would have a backup running back that could spell your first team guy for a couple series and be effective enough, not just be in there, just to duck their heads on pass protection and bail out or whatever, but actually could be, could help with the team out. And you're not there. You're at Texas. You don't have a backup running back that can do those type of things. The one you have hardly ever gets to the field, and then he comes up lame. So if he gets in this game, I wouldn't expect to see him at Vandy. By the way, if he gets in this game, I expect that he'll be limped up. You'll hear him on the report for the Vandy game.
Right. Now, that's obviously the concern with CJ Baxter, right? It's not like,
Yes.
oh, he comes back and then he's for sure back the rest of the way. It's all
No.
right. When does he get hurt again? He's almost like a ticking time bomb, unfortunately.
If he gets in this game, I am going all in on having a wooden stake in my lap for this one, because he needs to. If he gets in this game, he needs to be healthy for the following week, because they truly will need him in that game.
Yeah, I think so too. And Christian Clark did get 3 carries, had 13 yards, had a nice 8-yard run in the game against Kentucky. But, we know what he's been for most of the year, and 3 carries is such a small sample size. I don't know if it's safe to say that he's turned any sort of corner. But,
No.
yeah, I mean, it'd be nice. Again, you're looking for answers on the offensive side of the football. And, I was wondering this yesterday. Like,
In week 8, you're looking for a running game. In week 8,
who's Texas's best player on offense right now, Buck? Like, all the time you hear people say you need your stars to be stars, you need your best players to be your best players, which basically means, like, when times aren't going well for your team, you need your go-to guys to step up and make crucial plays for your team to win. Who are the go-to guys for the Texas offense right now?
I'm not kidding when I say the kicker.
That's not good.
I'm not joking around. I'm serious. When I say the kicker is their best weapon offensively, he is. You can't afford to have him missing, 38 yarders, 40 yarders. He's come through. So, to me, that's not a joke when I say that. The punt returner and the kicker are the best offensive threats they have right now. That's a shame.
Yeah, I ask who the go-to guy is on offense, and you give me 2 special teams players, and I don't think you're that far off. I'm not calling you out. Like, that's just kind of where this offense is right now. So, yeah, you want to have a go-to guy. You've had so many of them the last few years where, hey, big spot, game on the line, who can we turn to? You hear coaches say all the time, Buck, players, not plays. Players, not plays. Late fourth quarter, I don't need this crazy-ass play. I just need to give the ball to Bijan Robinson. I need to throw the ball to Xavier Worthy. I need to hand it off to Jonathan Brooks, and I know he's going to come through for my team and win this game. Who is that for Texas?
Arch and his roommate, the kid hasn't been healthy that he throws to. He's having a hard time coming out of breaks because, when he got hit in the knee, we knew that wasn't going to be the same. You know what I'm saying? We knew his acceleration wasn't going to be there. You get hit like that, BK, that's a 3 to 4 week deal that's going to bother you. You don't come out of breaks like you used to. You can't. He almost got his knee taken off, almost got his knee cut off. So right. I'm looking at him running routes. He still runs okay routes, but his explosion to do things, to get to the ball, it's not the same. I would say he would be the guy that you could trust in, but until he gets back to, and, from that hit, who knows when you'll be healthy from that hit. You may go through the rest of the season sore and banged up from that, because you then got to go out and practice all week.
Right. No catches for Parker Livingston against
Kentucky. He hasn't been the same since that hit.
Right. And I don't think Texas is targeting him enough, but maybe they just don't feel comfortable targeting him because
I just don't think he has the explosion to do that right now.
I think one thing that Texas is doing a little too much of offensively, and there's obviously a lot to nitpick and criticize on that side of the football, but
you're going to have to bring it all. Like you said, Sark says, I'm going to have to cut things down and try to find 3 or 4 plays that we can hang our hat on. Every time they come up, we can get a person open if we can just execute the play. And they're used to doing it. They're used to having success. You find 3 or 4 plays like that, and I'm not talking about long. I'm talking about 8, 10, 12-yard pickups where you've done it over and over and over, and you look at each other and say, boy, that's pretty simple, but our guys do it really, really well. And eventually they're going to stop you on the defensive side. Well, then you go to play number 2. You're going to have to really bring this down. When you have new players all over the place, offensive line, different running backs, the quarterback's not on right now. You got a banged up wide receiver. You got a tight end that catches 2-yard outs. You're going to have to find some things you can hang your hat on. And we're in going on to game 8. Wow.
Buck, I think we had this conversation right after the UTEP game. Like, same conversation. Yeah. It's like maybe you stop grab bagging your play sheet and just focus on a few concepts that you do really well. And like you said, hang your hat on those.
Yeah, you got to do the silliness every once in a while. You got to do the double reverses and things like that where you just out and out trick them and they're asleep. You catch them when they're asleep sometime. The other team falls asleep every once in a while too. So you got to keep a couple of those in your arsenal. The double pass. You have to. That's That's just a part of catching them off guard too. You don't make a living in doing it, but you got to have one of those a game where you say, I think they're all asleep right now. Let's try this. We've done this at practice enough. But now you can't have the double reverses, throw it back to the quarterback. There's no time for that.
Right. So it's funny.
That one, anything that goes back where you have to whip it back to the quarterback, forget about it.
Yeah, it's funny. That play that Texas ran, that reverse flea flicker back to Arch Manning, Texas ran that exact same play in the 2023 Big 12 championship game against Oklahoma State. And it was a similar situation, right? They were on the plus side of the field. It was a 3rd down and 3, and they ran it against Oklahoma State, and it worked. It turned into a touchdown, and it was great. Everybody loved it. Oh, what a call. Look at the balls on Steve Sarkisian for dialing that up in a conference title game. Wow. And he tried it again this year, and it didn't work. And my thought on that, like I've seen some Texas fans say, you can't get mad at Sark. It's like, know your personnel. You don't have the offensive line this year that you had 2 years ago. You don't have an offensive line that is capable of blocking for that long to set up a long developing play like that down the field. We've known that for weeks.
Yeah, what is it about this coaching staff that thinks these offensive linemen are capable of doing a lot of different things? What is it that they're seeing? I know they're there at practice. That's why I say this guy doesn't know his team very well. Those guys have been around. I mean, you know individual players. You know how tough they are. You know everything about them if they've been around you a couple of years. This one is, for me, for Sark, the first year that he truly doesn't know his players. And he can know them as, oh, this guy's book smart. This guy, has a nice car. This guy's girlfriend has been nice to the team, baking cookies or shit like that. That's fine. But he doesn't know them as players this year. He should. Just
right.
Like for 3 years, you should know this quarterback, what his ups and downs are. And as I said, I guarantee you these uncles have been calling Sark going, you know what? Arch was pretty good when he was in 7th and 8th grade. What have you done to him?
I don't think Peyton and Eli are calling Steve Sarkisian and reaming him for the way.
I'm not saying reaming. They're just asking, what happened? Here's some film of him when he was in 8th grade. Here's how he threw little balls to here and there. What's going on?
Just show him some film from last year. Forget 8th grade. Hey,
you're right.
He was really good last year. What's happening right now this year? Yeah, it's interesting. All right, well, some sound from Steve Sarkisian. It's a good segue because Sark was asked on Monday if he's going to think about maybe changing his offensive philosophy this week, considering the way things have gone as of late. Here was Sark's response to that question.
No, I think that's a fair question because, as a staff, you have to have the real conversation of, okay, what do we do to help our players be successful? And it's not about what I know. It's not about what looks good on the whiteboard when you draw it up in there. It's about what are our guys going to execute really well, predicated on the defense that we're playing, and where are our strengths. And so, without divulging what we're going to do game plan wise, I do think you'll see some adjustments this week to what we do. But at the end of the day, we have to make sure we're playing complementary football with our defense. I think we made that shift and that adjustment about 3 weeks ago to say, okay, we're playing really good defense. We're playing really good on special teams. Let's make sure we're playing a complementary brand of football to continue to enhance the way we're playing in those two phases and play in a style where, hey, we're protecting the ball. All right, we're going to play a field position game. But to do that, you have to execute 3rd and 1 to 6, right? You got to extend those drives. And so that's got to become a big point of emphasis of ours there, because if you play that way and you're not taking as many risks, you're not taking as many chances down the field, man, you got to be really efficient in those 3rd down distances. And then you got to be really efficient in the red zone because, the game can shrink. And so there's not quite as many opportunities. You got to be really efficient. So we got to have a great plan in the 3rd and medium to short range. We got to have a great plan in the red area to make sure we're putting our guys in position to be successful.
You need better plays on 1st down. That's what you need. You need to get yourself in situations that 2nd down is much easier, that you're not ever in these 3rd and 6s, 3rd and 7s. Your 1st down plays need to be better. And I don't care if they're 4-yard outs to jack injuries, but you can't turn around and hand it off to the guy and you guys get 2 yards on 1st down carries and then put it on the quarterback. You got to find ways to, I don't care if it's dink and dunk, throwing it on 1st down, but it can't be double passes or quick screens. It's got to be something that that your guys can do over and over again for 4 yards on first down. I don't care if you run the same play 3 straight times on first downs. You know what I'm saying? Here's what we're going to run. Here's what we're going to open up the series with. You know that same play we got 6 yards on? We're going right back to the well on first down again. We want 6 yards. We want 5 yards. We can't have 2. 2 is, when you sit there and watch this team, BK, and they turn around and they get a 2-yard run, you're almost, oh, shit. You got 2 more downs, but you're going, oh, no.
Yeah.
And you're doing it after first down. You're doing it after first down. You got angst as a fan after first down with this group. Forget 3rd and 5 and 3rd and 6, because then you're knowing now the quarterback has to be accurate. This has to happen. But you'd feel much better if it was, 2nd and 4 or 2nd and 5, when you watch this team. But when it's 3rd and 8, and 3rd and 9 or 2nd and 7, you're like, oh, boy.
Yeah, 2-yard run is bad enough, and then you throw on like a 10-yard holding penalty, and it's you know what? Yeah. Let's just go ahead and punt on first down here, because this thing isn't going anywhere. No, it's interesting.
I would say you're going to see some change. And coach, don't count out the fans. They will understand that your game plan is different. Don't go that we're doing these changes, but you idiots out there won't notice the change. Oh no, we'll notice.
Well, we noticed the change against OU, and then we noticed they changed right back for Kentucky. So I hear
we noticed that change
in the middle of that cut. He's like, 3 weeks ago, we made the conscious change to be a team that plays more complementary football. And I'm like, let me check the calendar. 3 weeks ago, okay.
Yes.
Before the Florida game is when you made that change, and that's the complementary football you're talking about. What you did in the swamp, and then what you did in Lexington this past weekend. That's the complementary football that you 8 first downs. That's complementary. I didn't quite see that. Maybe we have different definitions of complementary. I don't know. Maybe I don't know what that word means, but I thought that was weird. It's like 3 weeks ago we made this change, and he's like, wait, you changed it 3 weeks ago, but this is the offense we've seen the last 3 weeks? That's not good. Yeah. Hopefully you have a different change that you can make versus what you've been trotting out there recently, because that really worked. So I don't know. All right, one more here from Sark, and then we'll get to our first round of sponsor shout-outs. This was a follow-up question to the answer that we just played. Sark was asked explicitly by Kirk Bowles if he's thinking about shrinking his playbook this weekend.
It can happen. There's games that can happen. Again, not divulging what we're going to do this week, but that's one avenue that you can go in. And let me just preface it with this: not necessarily shrink the playbook to where you're not doing as many schemes, but maybe you don't carry as much, and so you can practice those plays more times throughout the week.
Yeah, you get more reps on the plays that you think are going to work, not the ones that you come up with that you say, you know what, this is offensive guys can come up with some really some complementary plays to other things, but just stay with the ones that you continue to work on and you can get reps on. Yeah. When you have a big list of stuff, you got to practice all of them. You feel like you have to practice all of them. Shrink it down and practice the ones that just more, especially with a group that needs to go over and over and over. And like you said, look out for illegal procedures. What do we do next? What comes next after these kind of things happen to us? What's the next play on the calendar for that? You got to shrink it down.
I thought that was worded pretty weirdly. Sark's like, well, we're not going to we might shrink it, but we're not going to shrink it, but we are going to shrink it. It's like, okay.
Oh, no, he'll have a whole sheet of crazy shit on there, BK, that they may have tried once or twice that he thinks they can execute in a game. But no, it's the ones that you go over and over. The ones that are simplified are the ones that you generally execute pretty well.
Yeah, you can't call the whole playbook right now. You just don't have the personnel to execute it.
Or you don't.
I think we probably knew that a month ago. Now, I think at this point, it's very safe to say that when you're 7 games into the season. So you've got to find a few things that work. One thing that baffles me about the game plan against Kentucky, I thought Texas had a ton of success with zone running, both inside and outside zone against Oklahoma. That was their most effective run play in the Red River Shootout. And it almost felt like Steve Sarkisian was like, I bet Kentucky saw that on film. So instead of doing what worked for us, we're going to try to catch them off guard and call all of these other run schemes.
Yeah.
They ran 57 plays against Kentucky. 7 of them were zone runs. That's it. It's like that was your most of you had a breakthrough in the run game and you went away from that for some reason. So go like pare it down to that. You can't do all of these counters. You can't do all of these power sweeps. Like these things just aren't working. So find a few things, both in the run game and in the pass game, that work. And Buck, you have better athletes than Mississippi State. You don't need the whole playbook. You should be able to dumb this thing down and beat this team. So do what works for your team.
And physically get after them. But I don't know if physically, if your offensive line can physically dominate like they did against Oklahoma. I don't know if we'll see that kind of game again, except for at the end of the season, because that's another rivalry game. Well, you better see it next week. I'll say this. And win, lose, or draw this week, you better see it next week, because that group from Vandy on offensive line and the defensive line are pretty nasty. That's kind of a nasty group that they've got going over there too right now when it comes to interior play.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, they got some mean engineers over there right now.
They do. I mean, you got 3 top 10 teams left on your schedule here. And Vandy, Georgia, A&M, those teams are all really good on the lines of scrimmage. So you better bring it. But look, the offensive line kind of is what it is. To me, it's just make life as easy on them as possible. You can't change it. You can't bring in any new players. Those guys are what they are. So, okay, how do you try to maximize the little that they have?
Dude, if I'm healthy, I'm trying to play everybody that played in the Oklahoma game on the offensive line. What was my combo in that game? I don't care if you can't now. Are we just missing guys?
Yeah, I mean, Cole Hudson's still out. Hudson was your starting center against OU, and he's out. So I would look at a new left guard. Like Nick Brooks was the left guard against OU. It was his best game, but he was still the lowest graded player on the offensive line. Yeah. And he was even, he's horrible against Florida when he came in the second half, and he was horrible against Kentucky. So I don't know. Neto must be so bad in practice that you can't play him. You've got Nate Kibble. You've got Daniel Cruz. Those guys must be so bad in practice.
You don't even hear about Neto. You don't even hear his name mentioned. What is it?
No.
Is he on the team?
He's on the team. Still on the roster on TexasLonghorns.com. But is he that bad? Like we thought he was the starter all throughout the offseason. I think he was the starter all throughout the offseason. And now he can't play over what we've seen from Connor Stroh and Nick Brooks.
Look at that. Look at this from Rex. I guess you didn't know Ricky well enough to get him 1,000 yards as his freshman year. Why every year? I was wondering when that was coming up. I thought it was going to happen during the A&M wave. It's already jumped up because I've said the coach doesn't know the players. How about this there? How about this there, St. Charles? I knew him well enough to get him to come to Texas.
Hey, well, you got Ricky to 990. Right now, Trey Weiser is the leading running back for Texas, and he's at 220. So,
good Lord.
I'd love to have someone in this backfield end with 990 rushing yards this year.
I don't think there's going to be 1,000-yard guy this year.
Dude, I don't know if there's going to be a 600-yard guy this year. Again, Trey Wisner's your leader. We've played 7 games. He hasn't, but he's your team leader. 222 yards, more than halfway through the season. So he's on pace for like 400.
Maybe he's really well this week. I thought he was going to be well last week.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter how well he is, Buck.
It didn't. No, you're right. It didn't have anything
blocking the way that they are.
It didn't have anything to do with his burst or anything. He looked like the same guy that was in there against Oklahoma to me. There wasn't anywhere to go.
Nowhere to go. All right, we'll dive back in. More sound from Steve Sarkisian, more Texas football conversation. Again, talking a little bit about Michael Taaffe's injury, C.J. Baxter back in practice. So some bad news, good news for Texas on the injury front leading up to this Mississippi State game. Before we dive back into the horns, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
Folks are good friends over at the League Kitchen and Tavern, 4 locations, Lakeway, Belterra, Bee Caves, Avery Ranch, and the great specials they have on glasses of alcohol, glasses of wine, glasses of select beers there, and also select cocktails are available for you. Happy hour from 3 to 6 every single day. Thursday is prime to wine. Half-price bottles of course, wine with your great prime rib dinners, Hawaiian wings, pulled pork sliders, teriyaki glazed pork chops, Cobb salad, and all-day breakfast. All-day breakfast sounds good today for me, I got to believe. Once again, the League is chef-inspired comfort food for the heart and soul, made from scratch each and every day. And the locations, once again, Lakeway, Belterra, Bee Caves, and Avery Ranch. It's the League Kitchen and Tavern.
All of that sounds good to me. My
Does
goodness.
it breakfast, lunch, the pulled pork, the sliders,
Whatever you were just reading was making my
pork
mouth
chop day?
water.
Are you a Wednesday pork chop guy?
Yeah, I'll call the rabbi and let him know I'm getting some pork today.
About to get in on some pork?
He'll love that. It is National Nut Day, so why not get some pork and beans with the nuts? I love the league. You can get your Altstadt beer at the league, the
Yes, you
best
can.
beer in all of Texas. I love this stuff, man. Brewed locally in Fredericksburg, but available all across the Lone Star State. So many great sports happenings. How about this weekend? The World Series starts on Friday. The NBA is back. The NHL is back. Obviously, another great football weekend on tap. You need a great beer to accompany all of your sports watching throughout the fall. Altstadt is your option. So many different brews. The lager and the Kolsch, those are their two flagships, a German-style lager, a German-style Kolsch. Fantastic. They've got a great light beer as well, which sacrifices the calories but does not sacrifice the taste. They've got the seasonal Oktoberfest in stores right now. Fantastic. We're getting close. We're getting close to cooling down. It'll be perfect for some of these fall temps that we've got right around the corner. I'm telling you, something for every palate out there. And a trip to the Altstadt Brewery, never a bad idea. Get your Altstadt beer the next time you're at the grocery store or wherever you buy your beer. It is Altstadt beer. No impurities, no regrets.
And our good friends over at Woods Comfort Systems, as BK said, it's not far away from it getting a little bit cooler here. So make sure that your home is winterized and ready to go for the quick winter season that's going to come through here. But Woods Comfort Systems has been doing it for close to 70 years in Central Texas. Whether it's air conditioning, plumbing, or heating, they can get it done for you. They got technicians that'll get out to your place, make sure all the filters are all cleaned and ready to go. As I said, close to 70 years, nobody does it better than Woods Comfort Systems. By the way, I'm smelling rain for Saturday.
Whoa.
I don't think that has anything to do with plumbing, but we may get some rain on Saturday. Yes, breaking news. I'm back. I'm on a heater right now. I'm back. That's right.
The Rainmaker's bringing some rain this weekend.
Coming this weekend. Saturday sounds good to me.
All right. Well, it's a road game, so won't affect Texas football, but will affect what we've got going on back here.
It'll affect you gardeners out there, so get ready. Because right after that, temperatures will start to get into those 80s. You can start getting all you lettuce ranchers that are in my club, it's time to get ready to get our lettuce in.
You guys have a lettuce ranching club? Boy, that's worse than the chess club back in school.
It's better than the nut club, the nut grabbing club.
I am intrigued. Well, nut grabbing club. Well, it depends on who's in the club, you know?
Yeah, that's true.
The nut club could be interesting, but if you walk in there and see a bunch of sausage with those nuts, then not for me. It is for some. That's all right. Not that there's anything wrong with it.
That's not in your realm, huh?
That's just not in my realm. No. What is in my realm? Waterloo Printing and Graphics. Rocking a TSU hat this morning. They make all of our merch, our hats, our polos, our koozies, our signs, everything that we use to rep TSU is made by Adam and Waterloo Printing and Graphics. So if you have a business or just a big event coming up that needs some merch, hit up Adam. He will get you what you need. 512-300-9641. That's his direct line, or you can find them on Instagram at Waterloo Printing.
And of course, through Patrick since 1975, I was told, guess what they don't have any longer? Luggage. Yes, we've sold them out of luggage. For all you people taking those road trips, if you're going to Starksville, guess what? No luggage for you now. We sold it all out. Sort of like the polos that they have at St. Patrick's. We sold those 5,000 polo shirts for them in all sizes, men's and women's polos. And I went and got mine because I got to get one to my buddy Mark Honig. He doesn't have one. Everyone who sees that shirt wants to know where they're from. How can I get one? So I picked up one from him on Saturday, but I couldn't pick up any suitcases for him. He's been traveling around lately, but they're out of luggage. I said, Jay, is that it for the year? We got to get some more luggage there. A couple more road trips to be had, right?
Yeah.
Well, maybe you don't want that good luggage going there to Mississippi. Somebody may take that stuff. You may not see it again. But St. Patrick has everything that you're looking for, all Texas themed items there, of course, books, gifts, the whole works there. St. Patrick offers free shipping of online orders over $59 and plenty of curbside, plenty of parking right there outside of their store. You don't have to go blocks and blocks away. at 5222 Burnett Road, or go to SuePatrick.com.
No, you don't need to pay for some garage like you do at the Coop either.
Oh, man. And they got the jelly cats. The Coop doesn't have jelly cats.
Get away from the chicken coop and go to Sue Patrick instead.
Absolutely.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Just one more road game after this week for Texas. That's obviously the trip to Athens on November 15th.
Well, they do have those Texas book bags, those little backpacks. I love those. Now that all my grandkids have backpacks, 5-year-olders, 9-year-olders, 7-year-olders with those nice backpacks. Once I got one, and my one grandkid said, "Hey, the rest of them aren't getting this, are they?" Now they all have them.
Now they all have them. Of course, that's how it works.
No kidding. Hey, don't let them have one. I'm the special one, okay? You're the special one for about a month, and then everybody else now has one. So there's no. I'm not taking any favors. I don't have a favorite now.
You know how it works, right? It's the same thing in school. You bring something to one kid, you got to bring it to the entire class.
Oh gosh!
Everybody wants it. They see something cool.
Are you telling me everybody needs a Valentine's Day card? Everyone has to have one. If you bring one for one, can't bring it just for that special girl. Every girl has to have one.
Man, those were the rules when I was in school. And you know how much softer society has gotten over the years, so I can't imagine they've changed them up.
Well, it wasn't that way. For me, it was like you had that special girl, that special one that didn't like you whatsoever, and you got her a card. Forget the rest of them. You just, you start taking their pigtails and sticking them in ink and everything else. You showed the one special girl back in the day she was special. Everybody wasn't special.
Yeah, I don't think that was allowed back then.
Oh, no, that was allowed back then. Now it's like, oh, no. The teacher has to get something. The teacher's kids have to get something. Don't forget, if it's a she, her husband needs to get something too. Everybody has to get something, BK.
Oh, you got to bring it to the teacher's spouse?
Yes, teacher's spouse must get something too.
Oh, my God. All right. Well, back into the Texas football conversation. We opened up the show talking about the Michael Taaffe news, the All-American safety undergoing surgery on his thumb earlier this week. Will presumably be ruled out tonight when the first injury report of Mississippi State week comes out. So the question now is, where does Texas go at safety? The good news, Buck, safety is one of the deepest positions on the team. Now, nobody can replace Michael Taaffe and everything he brings to the table from a talent standpoint, from a leadership standpoint, from an everything standpoint. But into the starting lineup enters Derek Williams Jr., who's a third-year player who has played a ton of football. He actually started ahead of Michael Taaffe at the beginning of the 2024 season. So this is a guy who's a true freshman in 2023, had 41 tackles and a PBU. I thought he was one of Texas's best secondary players on what was an abysmal year for the secondary. And then last year, he got off to a great start, had an interception in the Oklahoma game, had a forced fumble and a fumble recovery, but he tore his ACL against OU, and that was it. His season was over, and he kind of lost his spot, right? Like Michael Taaffe and Jelani McDonald have been this team's two starting safeties, and they've played a ton. Like Texas played 89 snaps on defense against Kentucky, Buck. Taaffe played 86. McDonald played 83. So Derek Williams did play 11 snaps in that football game in Lexington, but like the coaches really love Michael Taaffe and Jelani McDonald, so there haven't been as many opportunities for Derek Williams, but he's a guy who has played a lot at Texas, and he's played really well at Texas at times.
Yeah, now, is he a special teamer? Do you see him on a lot of special teams or not really? They just don't want to get him hurt?
I don't think he plays a ton on special teams.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking. I don't see him a lot on special teams.
Don't quote me on that, though. I don't know. But hasn't been out there a lot on defense. But again, a guy who has played a lot in his Texas career, former high 4-star recruit coming out of high school. And again, a guy who did enough to impress the coaches in his first offseason on campus to where he was a big part of things as a true frosh in 2023. So,
well, there's nothing you can say about the I mean, it's just been whatever they're doing on defense has been fine. I don't know how you upgrade any more than you have in that secondary. You have guys that are playing, every once in a while they'll have a game where they don't play that well, but they all play well enough to do some good things. What about the baseball player, dude? Where does he fit in?
Well, they're your other options. So it's not just Derek Williams Jr. that Texas has in that safety room. I mean, you've got Jonah Williams. I don't know if we will see Jonah Williams this week. He was dealing with the hamstring injury for the first month of football season, so he wasn't able to practice.
Boy, has this been the year of the hamstring there?
No kidding. And obviously he missed spring ball because he was playing baseball. So he's behind the 8 ball from a practice standpoint. And we know how big of a deal trust is for this coaching staff. So
yeah, well, tell them they can trust some guys because we're in week 8.
Right. Well, that's the thing. I mean, I would think Derek Williams Jr. is your starter without Michael Taaffe, and he's not going to be an upgrade. You just hope there's not much of a downgrade there. And then we'll see about Xavier Filsaime, second-year safety who's played some ball at Texas. He was out last week against Kentucky. I think last Wednesday he was questionable, and then throughout the week they just eventually downgraded him to out. So I don't know exactly what he has going on. Again, we'll find out more tonight, and then we'll hear from Sark again tomorrow. But I would guess Derek Williams Jr. and Xavier Filsaime are your top 2 options, and then Jonah Williams and Jordan Johnson-Rebel are after those guys on the depth chart.
That's interesting, yeah, because I was expecting that to see, Jonah play a little bit more this year. I thought he was that 5-star guy who was going to come straight from baseball. That's too bad the hamstring has held him back, but that guy's supposed to be, he's got all the things you're looking for, size and speed and everything else, but maybe just hadn't have the explosion from the hamstring, and they're being very careful because once it goes again, look out.
Yeah, well, Jonah Williams did play a little bit against Kentucky. He was credited with a tackle against the Wildcats. I think that was on special teams. I've got to go back and double check that. But he's good enough to be on the field, and he's healthy enough to be on the field in some capacity.
Sure.
So, again, you've got a third-year player and a second-year player who are both also pretty highly touted recruits ahead of him on the depth chart. So I don't think Jonah Williams all of a sudden goes from we haven't seen him to, yeah, he's the guy.
Yeah, and like I said, and they've got a number of guys in their secondary. They can mix and match a little bit. Yep. They've done a good job. They've not taken a big drop off when they've put in certain guys and left other guys out. So it's not noticeable. I just hadn't noticed him playing a lot, and probably would have never noticed him unless there was an injury that came up. I don't even know if I'd have got to the end of the year and say, where was that kid this year? Because they played so well.
Yeah, looking at the snap count for the Kentucky game to see how much Jonah Williams was on the field.
Late Bussy.
Late Bussy rolling by. Yeah.
I don't know. What if they forget a kid? Is it possible that a kid comes late and they double back to pick him up?
No, they don't do that.
They don't do that?
No, you missed the bus. You're on your own.
Huh.
You missed the bus. You got to go back and tell mom that you missed the bus, and then she's pissed that she's driving your ass to school.
Because she's supposed to be at Zumba class or whatever.
Zumba class. Is that still a thing?
Yeah, it's still a thing.
Oh, man. Jonah Williams, by the way, 0 snaps on defense. So the one tackle he did have against Kentucky was on special teams. So, yeah, I don't think, which sucks. Jonah Williams was so good, and Texas is paying him a lot of money. Some of that is to do with baseball, but most of that is to do with football. And, look, it's year 1. It's not like he isn't going to give Texas some good ROI at some point in his Longhorn career, but they right now that's a bit of a sunk cost for the football team because you're just not seeing him out there.
Yeah, he's more of a baseball player right now.
Yeah, well, he's played baseball and he hasn't played football. So
yeah, that's okay.
I think he's awesome at football. I think he may be better at football. I watched him a few times in high school. That guy is unbelievable. And, early in the year when Ryan Niblett was struggling, it's can we maybe see Jonah Williams as a punt returner because he was so good at that in high school? Maybe we can help the punt return game. Now we don't need that. Credit to Sark and Jeff Banks for sticking it out with Ryan Niblett. But yeah, he's got some talent. He's got some ability. But again, I don't think we're going to see much.
Yeah, you got to be careful that he just doesn't say, you know what? I don't know if I like all these hits and all this stuff. Maybe I just stick to baseball.
I don't know. Yeah, I think he's a guy, and I think he was thought to be a guy who could go pro in either sport. So he'll have a choice. There have been plenty of guys. You know what I mean by plenty.
Well, did you have to make a choice? Yeah.
Yeah, you've had the choice. You go play football, or do you go play baseball, right? Kyler Murray's obviously a very good example. I don't know if Jonah Williams is that good, but Jonah Williams, I think, can be a high draft pick in baseball and an eventual high draft pick in football. So at some point, he's going to have to make the decision. But He's been on the record numerous times saying that he wants to play both for the entirety of his college career. I'm sure he'd love to Bo Jackson it when he gets to the pros too, but
yeah, his body's going to let him know if he can do all that stuff.
Right. Yeah. He's getting hurt in baseball. No disrespect to baseball, but how are you going to stay healthy for a long football season if you're getting hurt during baseball season, you know?
Yeah, that's just the wear and tear and this, the running and extending your body out on the outfield and doing this and then going to practice the way they practice in football. It's not quite the same. It's not that kind of catchy catch.
No, a little different. So I don't know. Texas has some options at safety. They should be okay there. Again, I have the utmost faith in Derek Williams Jr. I'm surprised he hasn't played more this year. I get it, coming off an ACL injury. Maybe he isn't quite the same player, but I don't know that because he hasn't been out there enough. So I still think he's got some juice, and I expect the Texas secondary to be fine without Michael Taaffe. Again,
there's not a lot of throwing threats at Mississippi State. There's not. I mean, they got an experienced quarterback, but they don't have a lot of threats, obviously. Yeah, but they can run the ball, and you do need that run support. Yeah,
and Michael Taaffe is great at that. Again, team leader in tackles, and a lot of those tackles have come when he's playing down in the box. Mississippi State, what's interesting about them, I'm pretty fascinated to see what their injury report looks like because their best running back, a guy named Fluff.
Yes.
Fluff Bothwell is his name. He's their leading rusher. I do believe that's a nickname, but don't quote me on that. He missed Mississippi State's most recent game against Florida. He got hurt against A&M 2 weeks ago, missed the Florida game, and I'm not sure. Like, Jeff Lebby on Monday left it very up in the air whether or not Bothwell is going to be back for the Bulldogs this weekend.
You got to have a guy named Fluff playing for the Bulldogs.
So, yeah, I guess so. So I don't root for injuries. I wouldn't mind if Fluff needs another week to come back from this one, They've got Devon Booth, who played a lot in Austin last year. Yes. He's a solid number 2 running back, but their top rusher may be out, which, all right, that would help Texas's
and
chance.
They can't throw 3 or 4 of them at you. They got 1 and 2, and that's about it.
Yeah, and at wide receiver, Mississippi State's best wide receiver is Brennan Thompson. If you're a Texas fan, you're like, Brennan Thompson, where have I heard that name? That guy started at Texas, played his freshman year here. Then he transferred to OU, and every Texas fan is like, screw you, dude. You're doing that. Like, not only are you leaving us, but you're going there.
Now look where he is.
He played 2 years at Oklahoma, didn't do much. And then now he's at Mississippi State. He's got better numbers so far this year at Mississippi State than he did in his first 3 years of college combined.
Wow.
He's been good. I mean, 29 catches, 533 yards. He's averaging 18.4 yards a catch.
Yeah, if I do remember him, he is not a speed guy. He is that intermediate 4.6 runner that can get it, probably do more damage in the zone. And how many yards does he have now?
I don't think you do remember him. He's averaging 18.4 yards a catch. He's been their deep threat this year at Mississippi State.
Really?
He's been the guy going by people.
The 4.6 guy is now going by people?
I don't know if he's a 4.6 guy.
Maybe he just looked that way when he was here against all of these guys.
I'd be very surprised if you remember Brennan Thompson. He had 1 catch at Texas. He didn't play. He was a freshman, and then he left. He's not a guy who played a lot and then left. He had 1 catch his first year.
He's not one of those little guys. He's like 6'2".
No, I don't know who you're thinking about, but Brennan Thompson's 5'9", 170.
Well, then I don't remember him. No.
Yeah. No, you're just I don't know who you're thinking of.
I think I'm talking about Brendan Martin.
Brendan Martin.
Yeah, just a name.
It probably is a football player at some point in human history, right?
Yeah.
I don't know who Brendan Martin is, but no, Brendan Thompson is their best player. And I think Texas and OU fans are like, that guy's doing that. Like he didn't do a ton at OU in his 2 years either. And he's having a great year. So they've got some okay players. They are so much better. The defense is the difference for Mississippi State, Buck.
Yes.
Last year, they gave up 36.5 points per game. It was a bottom 15 defense in college football. This year, 20 points per game. That is an insane night and day difference year over year.
And they'll still run with their quarterback. Although their quarterback's been knocked out numerous times in his career, he still likes to take off and go with it.
Blake Shapen. Yeah, we
Yes.
saw Blake Shapen. We didn't see him last year. He was hurt. Instead, we
Right.
saw former President Martin Van Buren playing QB for
Yes.
Mississippi State. Van Buren's gone. He transferred. I think he's at LSU. I think he's the backup at LSU right now. But yeah, Shapen's back. We saw him at Baylor a few years ago. He's solid. He's not going to blow your doors off, but he is a solid quarterback who's played a lot of college football. And yeah, he's a good athlete. He can pick up yards with his legs. He can also throw you the football. Even if you're a 350-pound defensive tackle, he will throw you the football, as we found out late in Mississippi State's game against Florida. But yeah, look, they're a better team, but they are still a bottom feeder in the SEC.
Yes.
And you do not want to be their slump buster, Buck.
No.
I said it earlier this week. Mississippi State has lost 15 straight conference games. That's the longest active streak in all of college football, regardless of conference. You do not want to be the fat chick who helps bust their slump. Please.
Yeah, please.
Sorry.
Or the round shoulder one.
Sorry for the F word there. That's on me. You're rubbing off on me, sir. Sorry about that.
What? I don't say the F word.
You've said it a few times before.
No, this just kind of round shouldered, makes great batches of cookies. I mean, that's nothing wrong with that.
Well, hang on.
Let them bake.
Let them bake. Let them cook.
That's okay.
As they say in the WNBA. All right, more on this game, more around the world of sports. We got to get to our SEC power rankings. Also, could the Dallas Cowboys make a big splash before the NFL trade deadline, which is now less than 2 weeks away? Plenty more to come in hour 2. But before that, how about some more sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, if you're seeking that specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact the experts at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer comprehensive surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, and of course, when it's time to get that knee or that shoulder replaced, they're the folks that you want to go to. Dr. Danny and Dr. Stockton are dedicated orthopedic surgeons there, and their goal is to get you back into good health and the great quality of life that you deserve. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now a word from our friends out at Covert Bee Cave.
I don't have to worry about shopping for mechanics to make sure it's done and done right. I come up here, I'm in, I'm out. They give me a loaner sometimes, and it's hassle-free.
If you have any questions, they'll go ahead and help you out and educate you. They're not just here just to sell you a vehicle. They're here to build a relationship.
They treat you like family, and then they make the experience what you want it to be, not what they want it to be.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
Our friends over at Hat Creek Burger, I did get myself a little burger before I played golf yesterday. Gave me a little bit of energy, just a lettuce burger. I did not I didn't make it a double. I just made it a single with cheese.
Come on.
That lettuce, it gets a little slippery, BK, especially when you're trying to eat that on the run in the car. I had that drop out on me yesterday, and I had long pants on. You knew what the front of my pants looked like when I got to the golf course.
No way.
Although when it looked like that, it looked bad because I went immediately out of the car into the bathroom and took a wet paper towel and soaked the front of my pants as I'm walking out of the men's room. That was a dandy.
Oh,
and
my
God. I had to even actually say something to somebody. I said, "Oh no, I dropped the hamburger on my lap." They're like, "Yeah, that's all right, old man. We see a lot of old dudes like you that pee all over themselves."
Yeah. All right. Go to Louisiana if you're going to be doing stuff like that, guy.
Yeah, it was great. Love Hat Creek Burger. It was absolutely delicious. And I just picked that burger off of my pants and started munching it once again. And it was delicious. And I had some sweet potato fries to go along with it. Did not drop the fries on my pants.
Were you licking your pants as you're driving?
Dude, that was awful. I got in there. And of course, I mean, why don't you just take 2 minutes to sit on the table outside or inside and eat the burger there? Why does it have to go back in the car? I'm so used to doing that. And that's from your other place, what's Taco Bell, that I was always used to eating on a run. If I'd eat Taco Bell, I'd sit in the car and eat it. Because I didn't want people to know I actually went into Taco Bell to eat that stuff. But this thing slid out, bang, right on my pants. It's like the old, what's that burger place? You see those little huts that they have around town? They still have a few of those around.
I don't
Forget the name of the burger joint. Really greasy burger. Great for hangovers back in the day.
Like Dan's?
No.
Pete Terry's?
No.
What
the one that little drive-through. They had a little drive-through hut.
Shortstop?
Shortstop, yeah.
Greasiest
burger of all time, but the best hangover burger of all time. That thing used to slip out of it. That thing would hit the floor by my brakes, and I'd go pick it up and start eating it again.
That's
but
funny.
I love Hat Creek Burger. That was delicious yesterday. That was a good way to start me out. Back-to-back birdies yesterday.
Whoa!
Back-to-back birdies at Twin Creeks. Now, I did shoot 94, folks.
That's back-to-back birdies, and you still shot mid-90s?
Yeah, at that place, I can get in the high 90s and into the hundreds because we were counting the strokes there. But, I had back-to-back birdies. When even par on all the par threes, thanks to the back-to-back birdies. Yeah, I was good at the par threes yesterday. Little 7-wood action. Guys are taking their little wedges and 8-irons. I go up there with my little 7-wood and carve it 1 foot away from the pin for pick up birdies. I tapped it in backwards because I wasn't even paying attention. Just a little tap in.
You almost had an ace yesterday?
Oh yeah. I was on yesterday with my little wood yesterday. Had my wood out, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
got it done.
You were pulling your wood out and showing everybody yesterday.
Yeah,
huh?
Well, thank you to Hat Creek Burger Company. 25 locations throughout the state of Texas. Born and bred right here in Austin, Texas. Great food, great burger.
That is the longest live read of all
Sorry
time.
about that. I cleaned it out. It's good for Hat Creek. They want to. Don't forget, some Hat Creek burger companies have also breakfast for you because I needed to have a little taco on the second 9. Paulie bought me this dried ass meat taco yesterday for the second 9. You know what that's like after it sits in the car and you get on the back 9 with that thing? Hey, with no sauce, just taco meat and cheese. Wow.
Don't need it. Don't need it. What you do need is a call to AV consultations. That's what you need. You want to upgrade your home TV setup. If you're watching on YouTube or Facebook, y'all see these 2 TVs behind me. See how good they look? Perfectly aligned, no wires sticking out. Everything works great. Everything looks great. That's the quality of work that AV Consultations is all about. We've been customers for years. Me personally, when I moved to Houston for a couple of years, I made sure Tom McKay came down and hooked me up. Everywhere I go, I moved a bunch. Tom McKay is always, he's got my back. He'll have your back as well. Whether you want a bunch of screens on one wall, if you want the giant 85-incher like the Buck, if you want the home theater room, the outdoor patio setup, and it's not just the screens, how about the surround sound, the Sonos speakers? Oh my God. That's what I don't have those right now. I went to a buddy's place who's got that Sonos sound bar with the surround sound. Makes a difference. I need that, my next spot. They can do all of that for you because they've been doing it in Central Texas since 1988. Let them hook you up. All you have to do is give them a call, and Tom and his crew will bring everything to you. 512-255-8678 or online at avconsultations.com.
Somebody said shortstop. Somebody said Checkers. I've never been in a Checkers before.
I don't know if they have a
Is that a
Checkers
burger
here.
place? Huh?
I don't think they have a Checkers here.
I don't think they have one anymore. I remember being in the early when I first came to Texas. I saw Checkers, but I've never gone into one of those.
Oh,
hell, I've been into Arby's like twice in my life in the state of Texas because they had some Arby's that had some meat poisoning when I was first here, and I never went in there. Their meat was bad. They had bad meat or something went on, and then I decided not to go. But then I went to the Arby's that was near Cavender's right there in Ben White. But I've not been. Arby's is not one of my faves.
Well, you just opened up a can of worms here, sir. Now you're going to have to let me go down this rabbit hole as we talk fast food, which is one of my areas of expertise.
Yes, absolutely. Do you have a favorite meal at Arby's?
Well, I will say this. It's been a little bit since I've been to Arby's. Can't go wrong with the beef and cheddar, the Hope Solo special. But they're now selling steak nuggets. Have you seen commercials for these?
I saw that.
I'm very intrigued. I will be making my way to Arby's soon and trying these steak nuggets.
Ooh, you got to be careful.
I wish it was somebody else making the steak nuggets, but I do like the concept.
Steak nuggets.
All right, like chicken nuggets, but instead of chicken, you got steak, right?
Chicken fried steak nuggets?
I don't think they're chicken fried. I think they're steak nuggets, probably very well done.
Oh, I guarantee you, they're. Let me tell you, they come out like a hockey puck.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like they're probably so scared that they're going to get somebody sick from undercooking it that
Oh yes,
they have to go well done. So it's not going to taste great. But I got to try it. I got to see what they're all about.
with cheese maybe.
I don't think they have them with cheese. I mean, they're nuggets, so you don't get cheese on your nuggets, do you?
No, but
Yeah.
I generally don't eat steak from Arby's.
And then
No, that's kind of that doesn't sound right. That
No.
sounds false. That's
dude,
false.
go look after the show today. We can do it. I mean, maybe in the off season we'll do a segment just running down the Arby's menu. They have so many different things there. It looks like Steve Sarkisian's offense, where it's like, hey, maybe just focus on a couple of things instead of trying 400 different things. Arby's has so many different things that you could order there.
We have the meats.
They have all the meats. Any meat. They got gyros. They've got fried chicken. They've got grilled chicken. They got burgers. They got steak nuggets. They've got.
They don't do a sub. They don't mess with subs, do they?
They have an Italian sub.
At Arby's?
Italian sub? Yeah. I was looking at this the other day. That's the only reason I know about this. Like, they have some ridiculousness going on. White cheddar mac and cheese. You can get a steak nugget sandwich, brisket sandwich, turkey ranch and bacon sandwich. They got a Reuben there.
Turkey ranch and bacon sounds okay.
Yeah, they got a Reuben you can get there.
Do they use a different grease to put some of that stuff in? They exchange it, or they just keep going right on? Everything tastes like fries.
I'm not sure you want to know the answer to that question. I don't think you want to know how Arby's food is prepared, right? I don't know if you want to know how any fast food is prepared.
No, I'll just keep going to Hat Creek and Jack Allen's Kitchen, because Jack Allen's Kitchen has quite the burger. I would never realize that they had quite the burger until I sat down and they said, do you want it made to order any way you want it and what you want? Boy, is that delicious.
Hat Creek's the real deal. I love that place.
Yeah.
They stick to just a few different things. They're not serving Italian sandwiches there or steak nuggets.
Italian sub. Hoagies. They have hoagies there.
Yeah. You got burgers and chicken sandwiches and fries. And if you want a salad, get you a salad. They don't
steak nuggies now. Wow.
Steak nuggies. Yeah. So love Hat Creek, Arby's, and no checkers and rallies. They had them in Houston. I went a few times when I was down there. Our guy CB says back in the day there were some checkers and rallies. They're the same thing. It's either checkers or rallies, but it's the same bit. I guess they used to be here in Austin, but no mas. That is
one time I went to the Papados that was on I-35. Really good meal, really pricey years and years ago. But every time we go up to Arlington, I seem to go to that Papados and buy the hotel there, BK. Really good food. Really good,
Papados, I mean, that's like a nice sit-down restaurant.
I mean, the food, the taste is good. It's just, and it seems like they're cooking in good stuff,
Yeah.
I guess I would have thought 30 years ago that Papados would wear its welcome out and become like this chain of just, oh no, it's not, but it still tastes as good as the first time I went there. Like I said, but I've gone a total of about 5 times, but it's always been good.
They still have Papados here in Austin.
Yeah, out by the on I-35. I haven't. Yeah, that's too far away. That's too far away for me from Dripping Springs these days.
I think they're all pretty north. I think there's like 2, maybe 3 Papados in town.
Nothing south. Nothing. They don't bring it down here to south to the Bubbas, right?
No, I don't think there's any South Austin Papados. But yeah, solid spot. Papa's Barbecue. I mean, there's a whole bunch of them. A few different Papa's restaurants that are all solid. So, but yeah, I mean, you're going to get a little nicer dining experience there versus an Arby's, I would think.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not considering it fast food, but I know it was a chain that was, when I first got here and it started out, I said this seafood kind of deal, this Louisiana stuff, it's going to be gone here in a couple of years, but it's lasted through time and it's still pretty good when you go in. That's the thought of it. Going in somewhere else in the state. I mean, I know they must have a bunch of those in Houston area. They got to.
Yeah, they do. Papados is huge down there. So yeah,
tasty food.
People like their seafood, man. People like their seafood.
I like mine straight from Maine. That's why I just waited out till it's time to go to Mickey D's for that fish sandwich.
Yes, you like your fillet of fish during the
Oh, my
lentil
goodness.
season. That is the freshest fish that you could find.
I will absolutely eat 6 of those before I eat one of their burgers.
McDonald's?
Yes.
That's an insane take.
No, I will
Yes.
eat six fillet of fish before I eat one Big Mac.
Oh my
Hold
God.
the onions, hold the cheese, hold the lettuce, hold these. I mean, whatever their slogan is, I don't want the meat.
Is that your order? Hold the lettuce, hold the cheese, and hold D's?
Hey, you can hold all of that stuff. I don't want the bun. I don't want the sesame seed. That is so nasty.
Oh my God. All right. I don't even know how we got there, but
Yeah, you're like 3 times a year at McDonald's. You don't do that often. Even you have got away from that place.
my fast food consumption, unfortunately, has gone down a little bit recently.
Yeah,
I'm
your
not
girl
really-
is not going. Your girl is not going there. She's not falling for that.
Oh no, I'm not taking her. She's not worthy of that.
Oh.
But the problem, I think, the reason it's gone down is the prices have gone up.
What?
I know. Well, you've been to a fast food place recently. Like, dude, you can't get out of there without spending like $10 to $15 if you want to be full.
I know
it's
you
like-
and I have been to a couple burger places where I've given you a card for this much, and you took your boys and found out there was 6 here. This $25 gift card is not going to work for me and my boys at lunch. I need a $100 gift card.
Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah, I think that was like mighty fine.
It was.
Right. And you gave me a gift card and you're like, take your boys out for lunch. I'm like, all right, shit, I will. And of course, everybody orders. The person who pays is the person who orders last, right? Because they give the
Yes.
credit card. That's how it works. And I'm like, oh, I got you guys. And then I think I have a $100 gift card here and there's $16 on it. You gave me a used gift card and said, here, treat your boys to a nice meal.
I gave you the wrong card. I gave you the one that I should have kept. But the other one, they were $25. That wasn't going to do it at that place, was it?
No, 25 wasn't, but it would have been better than 16. Let me tell you, that was rough right there.
Then you start asking the boys, "Hey, you got $5? Hey, I need to borrow something from you guys."
Oh, it was too late. I had already committed to the bit. I couldn't
Oh, my
ask them for
God.
money. It ended up being out of pocket for me. You're
Great.
welcome, boys. All right, let's get to our weekly SEC power rankings. We
All
do
right.
these every Wednesday. We don't go 1 to 16. That would take too long, and most of y'all don't care. So let's just do 1 through 5. Buck, it's up to you. Either 5 through 1 or 1 through 5, your way.
Let's go 1 through 5.
Okay?
Let's start out by going and just saying Texas A&M is my number 1.
Really?
Yes.
I mean, they are undefeated. They are the highest ranked team in the league.
Yes. Why wouldn't I? And why wouldn't I take them as number 1?
Well, would you pick them to beat every other team in the SEC?
They're going to, except for Texas.
All right. Well, if you think
So I
they'll-
picked them as number 1. Alabama, number 2.
Okay.
They're on a little bit of a heater right now. Georgia, number 3. They're finding their way. Vandy, number 4. I had a tough time picking the 5th one. I really did. So I put Ole Miss as number 5
All right. I mean,
in front of OU.
yeah, of course they're in front of OU.
Yeah, OU. I could care less about. I don't need them winning anymore. They can lose the rest of the games.
Don't you?
Although we don't want to get the coach. We don't want to get the coach fired.
Do you have OU ahead of Texas? I know I just said we're not going beyond 5, and now I'm asking you to give picks beyond 5, but
No.
Can't
I have OU as 7.
okay. And Texas is 6?
Yeah, Texas would be 6.
All right. Yeah, I mean, our top 5s are pretty similar. I've got Alabama number 1. I think they're the best team in the league. They're tied with A&M right now.
You won't do A&M. That's the only reason why.
Well, yeah, no shit. I hate A&M, of course. But I also, like, if Alabama and A&M were playing this weekend, I would pick Alabama to win, even if the game were in College Station. Usually I treat this as a neutral site conversation, but I would pick Alabama to beat A&M if they were playing this Saturday at Kyle Field. I just think they're better. I've got Georgia number 2. Same thing, right? Like if Georgia and A&M were playing this weekend, I would pick Georgia to win. Gunnar Stockton has been very, very impressive. He was a big question mark for a lot of people, even Georgia fans going into the year.
Oh, yeah,
And
they're all surprised right now, yes.
He's been fantastic. Obviously, his performance, 5 touchdowns against a previously unbeaten Ole Miss team this past Saturday was stuff of legend right there. So Gunnar Stockton looks like he's 40, but he's starting to play like he's been playing 40 years worth of football. He's impressive. I still think Georgia's the real deal. No surprise there. I've got A&M number 3. I mean, you got to put them somewhere near the top, right?
Yes.
They've only beaten one team that is currently ranked in the top 25, and that's Notre Dame. Notre Dame has a couple of losses already this year. So we'll see. These next 2 weeks, I think we'll learn a little bit more about A&M. They're at LSU. They've got a bye. So I guess the next 3 weeks, their next 2 games, at LSU and then at Missouri, which A&M could win both of those games. I don't think LSU or Missouri, either of those Tigers, are untamable by any stretch. But we'll see as A&M's schedule starts to ramp up a little bit more in the second half, what they've got. But look, they look like a complete team, right? They're winning games in different ways. 1 week their offense might not look good, but their defense picks them up. Last week they gave up 42 against Arkansas. Well, their offense scored 45, so they're picking each other up. That's the kind of complementary football that I would like to see more of from Texas. But yeah, A&M's a talented team right now. They're undefeated. They're earning their spot in the top 3. I also have Vanderbilt 4. I think you have to put them there, don't you?
Yes.
Top 10 team in the country for the first time since the 40s. I mean, their only loss was at Alabama. And I know on the scoreboard that looks like a blowout, but that was a tie game kind of midway through the third quarter. They were right there for a while. It beat LSU, nice road win at South Carolina. Vanderbilt's the real deal, man. It's not just the quarterback anymore, too. They've got some dudes up front. They've got some skill position guys. They've got the best tight end in America with Eli Stowers.
They've got 2 running backs.
Yeah, of course, Cedric Alexander, Austin Zone still making some things happen. AJ Newberry, too, came in and played a pretty good game against LSU when Alexander got hurt.
Yep.
So, yeah, I like Vandy. And then, I've got Ole Miss at number 5, too. So, Tennessee was right there as well. Missouri's pretty close. I would probably have them 6 and 7 ahead of Texas. And then
I've been watching too much of the Fombine, his show, because they hate Tennessee. Boy, those Tennessee folks get on there and they just hate their coach.
Fombine?
Feinbaum.
Oh, I was like,
yeah.
Feinbaum.
I get upset. I mean, the Tennessee fans really don't like their coach. They're thinking it's time for him to go.
Really?
Yeah, they just crap on that dude.
They made the playoff last year.
I know, but this was their big expectation. For some reason, they had high hopes or something. Their defense is just okay.
I mean, their 2 losses are to Georgia and Alabama, who I think are the 2 best teams in the league. They had Georgia. I mean, you could get on Heupel for some of the decisions he made in that football game. If they just had a kicker who could kick, they beat Georgia. Yeah, I mean, they're a 2-loss team, and their 2 losses are to 2 really good teams. So I don't know. I think they've got a shot to end the year 10-2 and make it to the playoff again. And he was dealt a pretty tough hand considering his quarterback. I thought they were all pretty happy about the decision to let Nico go, right? I mean, his quarterback in the middle of the offseason's like, you better double my pay or else. And Heupel's like, okay, or else, get out of here.
Yeah, they did kind of weather that storm, didn't they?
Yeah, and they brought in Joey Aguilar, who I think's been pretty solid for them under center. So, yeah, I mean, I don't think Heupel's like a top 5 coach in America, but I think he's doing a pretty solid job. I don't know why they want to fire him, but I guess that's Tennessee fans for you.
Yes.
I mean, look, there are Texas fans who want to fire Steve Sarkisian right now. It's crazy to me. There's a portion of every fan base, and usually it's the people who call into shows like that or some of the crazies out there. So,
I mean, just acting and talking crazy stuff.
Right.
I always think, so you have somebody else in mind if you're ready to part ways with a guy like this?
Lane Kiffin.
Oh, everybody thinks Lane Kiffin is the answer.
Feels like Lane Kiffin is that top. He's got to be loving this right now. Whether he goes or stays, he's going to be getting a massive pay bump. Wow.
Yeah, this whole thing with Florida sounds like this is inevitable. That's he's going to hold Mississippi up for ransom on this deal.
Oh, and he has to, doesn't he? He doesn't have to, but like that's what 99% of people in his situation would do.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much richer you can get. I'm pretty sure he's one of the highest paid. He's got to be one of the highest paid coaches, top 10 or so anyway, doesn't he?
Right. Well, why not be higher than that?
I mean, why not be number 1?
Lane Kiffin's number 10 right now.
Okay, that's what. Yeah, okay.
He actually, I bet now he's dropped to 11 because this does not have the new Kurt Signetti contract out there.
Oh, okay.
So if this list is right, then Lane Kiffin is now just outside the top 10 for highest paid coaches in college football. So Bill Belichick's ahead of him. Brian Kelly's ahead of him. Lincoln Riley is ahead of him. Dabo Sweeney, who people think he's done, is ahead of him. So Lane Kiffin's like, yeah, you're going to need to beat all those guys because I'm better than them right now.
That's true. He probably is going to say, hey, I'm better than Dabo, Lane Kiffin. You're right.
Boy, Bill Belichick, top 10, highest paid coach, college football. Oof.
That was a mistake from the get-go. We all knew that. I mean, really.
Yeah. So we'll see. But yeah, everyone wants Lane Kiffin right now. And Rex has a good point. Like Lane Kiffin's never been to an SEC championship game. He's never been to the college football playoff yet. Here he is, like as the number 1 target for, now that Signetti's gone. I think Signetti was probably number 1 for a lot of people, but
sure.
Presumably he's not going anywhere with the extension he signed at IU. So now it's like, well, you're not going to get Kirby Smart to leave. You're not going to get Ryan Day to leave. You're not going to get Steve Sarkisian to leave. There's a few guys that are just untouchable. So
yeah, Notre Dame's coach is not leaving until they decide to part ways with him.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to get Marcus Freeman to leave. Dan Lanning, I don't think is going anywhere.
No.
Kalen DeBoer's not good. Like you just look at some of the the highest paid and some of the so-called top coaches in the sport. Feels like they're all pretty set in stone where they're at. Lane Kiffin is like, I guess the guy not at a blue blood program who is good enough to maybe coach at one.
You can have James Franklin because he just wants to coach again. He doesn't forget the $50 million and take a break. He just wants to coach again.
Texas, I don't want to say this because Texas doesn't play every team in the SEC. James Franklin is going to be coaching in the SEC next year. Book it. I'll eat my words if I'm wrong.
So whether
it's Arkansas or Kentucky or Auburn or South Carolina.
Missouri's coach decides to leave, they would take him in a second at Missouri.
Missouri, South Carolina, like James Franklin is going to be coaching in the SEC next year. Been my prediction since the moment he got fired. And if it's not the SEC, it'll be the Big Ten. It'll be, some school in the Big Ten fires their guy, and there he goes. He takes that gig.
You know where he's going to be? He's going to be at Boston College.
Ooh, going to the All Cupcake Conference?
Yeah.
Yeah,
good luck with trying to get into the NIL business there.
Yeah, he could do better than that, no?
He just wants to be around the kids and coach.
Just wants to be around the kid. Well, I don't like when a Penn State coach says he likes being around the kids. We don't need that, do we?
No, we don't.
So it's shaping up to be the craziest coaching carousel we've ever had. And again, teams that are good aren't happy with their coach, and there's a lot of bad teams in college football right now.
Yeah, the Virginia Tech job is interesting to me for a guy like James Franklin. If they part, Virginia Tech seems like that'd be an okay fit. Their expectations would have to be lowered a bit.
I don't know. James Franklin's a better coach than who do they just have? Brent Pry?
Yeah, that dude.
James Franklin's won a lot of games. I know he couldn't win big games, but look at his record. The guy's won. He's a successful college football coach. He was pretty good at Vanderbilt. He wasn't as good as Clark Lee's doing, but go look at what James Franklin. He had a couple good years at Vandy, which is why he got the Penn State job in the first place.
And he can recruit. He really can recruit. He can get into a home. He recruits pretty well.
Yeah, he's one of the better coaches in college football. So
I wonder if he could be scary at a place like Florida, but they're not going to do that. No. That'd be like doing the same thing they have right now.
Well, that would just be a tough sell. James Franklin's a better coach than Billy Napier, but if you're Florida, you're trying to win championships. What could James Franklin not do? He couldn't win championships.
Right.
And when you're in, a team like Florida, you got to beat really, really good teams to win championships. So
and he has a hard time beating the really good teams.
Right, exactly. If you're Arkansas or Kentucky, Go 8-4, 9-3. All right, sweet. If you're Florida, that's a bad season.
Yeah.
So that's what I don't know if James Franklin's going to get a top flight job. I don't think he will, but he can get something in the bottom half of the league. No question. All right, we'll take your thoughts. There's our SEC power rankings. What say you? Bucky has A&M number 1. I've got Alabama number 1. Who you got as your top team in the league as we hit the final 6 weeks of the college football regular season?
Okay, let me ask you that. Out of those top 3 teams, which Georgia's in there, how close is Georgia to being number 1 now again?
Well, I mean, I have them number 2, and the team that I have them behind is the team that beat them, Alabama.
That's the only one you think that would still have a chance. I mean, Georgia's still Georgia. Kirby's still Kirby. He's still in that if it wasn't for Alabama, he'd be the top dog still. And they're playing that way again.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, they're really good. That was a nice win over Ole Miss. They beat a good Tennessee team. Looking at the rest of the schedule, I mean, they've got a bye week this week. They've got Florida, who just fired their coach. They've got at Mississippi State. Getting better, but Georgia should win that game. Then, of course, Texas comes to town. I don't like our chances between the hedges. Charlotte, their toughest game left might be Georgia Tech in Atlanta to end the year. Georgia Tech's pretty good right now. They haven't lost. I mean, that season ends today. Georgia Tech's in the playoff. But, yeah, I mean, look, Georgia was my pick to win the SEC during media days back in the summer.
Hadn't changed.
It hasn't changed. I mean, I think Georgia and Alabama is your SEC title right now. So, of course, plenty of football left, but I think those are the top 2 teams in the league, and I expect those 2 teams to be playing in Atlanta.
Sure.
A&M could play spoiler. A couple other teams, Vandy could play spoiler. There are a couple other teams that could get there, but yeah, I mean, I think Georgia's the real deal still. Of course they are. Must be nice. Down years, they're this good, right? Amazing.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, year. A down year.
Down year. Yeah, last year was a down year. They won the SEC. This year, oh, no, they're not the same. They don't have the same talent, and maybe they don't, but here they are. Top 10 in the country, a game out of first place in the SEC.
Wow.
So I think they'll be okay. All right, we'll take your thoughts. We will get into some NFL conversation. Are the Dallas Cowboys about to make a huge move, plus a little more Longhorn chatter, and maybe the most disgusting 4-second video I've ever seen in my entire life. All of that still to come. But first, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Say our good friends over at Daymaker's Half Day Cafe. If you want to have a nice breakfast at lunch or a nice lunch at breakfast, head on over to Daymaker's right there beside the old IHOP there on Mopac, folks. They've got it all. Steak and eggs, of course, crab cake, Benny's, breakfast, etouffee, you name it, they have got it. They have great pancakes at that spot. I love a big stack over there. Also, if you want to get your drink on early in the morning, you can do just that. They actually have orange juice too with vodka, but they also have orange juice, great coffees at Daymaker's Half Day Cafe. Great spot. And, of course, my favorite, the fork and knife cinnamon roll. And it's as large as a plate, so you definitely need a fork and knife. But the meals are absolutely great. They've got a sit-in bar right there that holds about 12 to 14 folks. So there's plenty of room. It looks like a small place, but when you get inside, boy, there is plenty of room for a great breakfast, lunch, or lunch breakfast. They're open at 7 a.m. and close at 3 o'clock. No dinner there. So head on over to Daymaker's Half Day Cafe and have a great meal.
Yes, indeed. Love Daymaker. Also love OLIPOP.
Yes, you do. Did you get creamed over the weekend?
I got creamed on the air a couple of days ago.
Yeah, you did. That was just
a couple of days ago. I got to go back to the store today and pick up a fresh batch of OLIPOP.
Sweet.
I drink it all the time. Y'all see both of us drink it all the time. It's fantastic. Great tasting soda that's actually good for you. They've got more than 20 different flavors to choose from. So something for every taste bud out there. And yeah, the difference between OLIPOP and the sodas that you've been drinking in the past, it's all about the ingredients. Prebiotics, botanicals, plant fibers, ingredients that support good digestive health. So every time you drink a can of OLIPOP, you are supporting your gut. You're also supporting your taste buds as well. I mean, just compare it. Compare the ingredients, compare the nutrition facts to the other sodas that you've been drinking in the past, night and day. OLIPOP is the game changer of all game changers. They found a way to make a soda actually be good for you. You can get it wherever you buy your groceries. H-E-B, Target, Walmart, Costco, Whole Foods, you name it. They've got it. Next time you shop OLIPOP.
Sweet.
Yes, indeed. Also, centextickets.com. It's been a long time since Texas has played a home game. They're finally back next weekend. If you want to get your Texas Vandy tickets, you can do so at centextickets.com. But, of course, it's not just Texas football. Any sporting event, any concert, any comedy show, anything coming to Central Texas or anywhere in the entire state of Texas, you can find tickets online at centextickets.com. And don't forget to use the promo code CENTEX10. That is exclusive to TSU listeners. You type that in at checkout, and you're going to get 10% off instantly from our great friends at centextickets.com.
Yes, sir.
All right, Buck, little NFL conversation on a Wednesday morning. As I pull up my notes right here, make sure I got this right. Okay, Trey Wingo had a tweet yesterday, shortly after we got off the air, that said, quote, according to sources, the Dallas Cowboys have made inquiries with the Raiders about a potential trade for Max Crosby.
Oh,
Buck, I kid you not. I had a segment written down yesterday that we didn't get to because we just got to too many other things, where I was going to ask you if you thought the Cowboys should trade for a star defensive player before the deadline. And Max Crosby was one of the names that I had written down because the Raiders suck. Maybe they should be looking to accumulate some draft picks for their future. And then Trey Wingo, I was going to say Trey Wisner, he didn't tweet this out. Trey Wingo says that there have been some discussions between the Cowboys and the Raiders involving Max Crosby. So we'll look at this from a Cowboys perspective. Dallas right now 3-3-1, coming off a nice win over a divisional rival. Currently a game out of a playoff spot in the NFL. They have the best offense in football. They have the worst defense in football. So if you're Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones, are you like, you know what? We've got an offense that maybe is good enough to really compete this year. Do we mortgage some of the draft capital that we have and try to win this year? Or do you say, you know what? One player isn't going to be good enough to fix this thing. Let's wait and use all of our draft picks on defense when we get to April.
Well, one player was almost good enough to derail what you got going. So, yeah, you can find another, young guy like this. If he's going to help your defense with the offense, because it's not looking to the future. It's looking to now with this offense to help out a defense that's pretty poor. Yeah, I would do it. But this got to be a long-term. This can't be a mess around deal. And then you're in negotiations with the guy the following year going, oh, no, let's wait till the season starts. Let's wait. No, you got to get a deal done that you know he's going to be around for a while.
Well, the good news is Max Crosby is under contract through the end of the 2029 season. So he just signed his big money extension this past off season, right? It was like the Cowboys waited. They kept waiting on Micah Parsons, and Max Crosby was one of those guys who got a deal done, which made the Parsons contract, more expensive. Of course, Dallas ultimately traded him and made Green Bay sign that. But Crosby, it's not a rental player. Like, he is locked up for multiple years beyond this one. So it's not just like you're going all in on this year and then you got to lose Max Crosby in the offseason. It's no, you trade for an established superstar player. I mean, one of the best defensive players in the NFL.
Oh boy, he puts a rush on immediately in the run and the passing game.
Oh yeah, I mean, he's a monster. He's a perennial contender for defensive player of the year.
And some of your tubbies are playing pretty well in the middle. They can't cover anybody, but they're okay. They're holding up the fort inside. That guy would be a monster on the outside.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the Cowboys on paper have some good defensive tackles with Kenny Clark and Oso Odighizuwa. They're not really doing anything well defensively, and I don't know how much of it is on the defensive tackles, but they can't stop the run. They traded for Kenny Clark so they could stop the run, and they're still one of the worst run defenses in the league. But, yeah, I mean, Max Crosby would help a lot. I don't think the Cowboys all of a sudden would have like a top 5 defense in the league if they made a move like this, but he would sure as hell make them a lot better than the 32nd ranked total defense It's where they've been.
Yeah, you'd have to keep up with them in scoring. You'd have to score a bunch of points, and that sure would help right there.
Right. And look, it depends. For me, like, it all depends on what you'd have to give up, you know? I mean, like, a lot of people are saying, well, you just had a Max Crosby with Micah Parsons and you got rid of him. Like, why would you go bring in basically the same player? Maybe a guy who's even a little worse.
Is there anything wrong with saying maybe we made a mistake?
Oh, Jerry Jones?
Yeah, I mean, it's admitting to that you made a mistake, but at least you're getting something. You're trying to actually help the team instead of yourself. It won't be about you anymore. It'll be about, I really got to help this team.
Yeah. Well, it's never not about Jerry Jones.
I know, but.
Yeah, look, I mean, here's, like, I don't know what it would take. If you have to give up 2 first-round picks to get Max Crosby, then it's like, what are you doing?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I'm not giving up 2 firsts.
That's what you got for Micah Parsons, right? Plus Kenny Clark. So if you're making basically the exact same trade, then what's the point? But if you can get Max Crosby for 1 first and maybe a third.
Yeah, and I'll give you one of those linebackers that aren't worth a shit.
They don't want any of those guys. Even the Raiders, who are one of the worst teams in the league, they don't want any of the Cowboys linebackers not named DeMarvion Overshown right now.
Wow. And he doesn't even play.
Right. The Raiders would rather be playing an injured DeMarvion Overshown versus Kenneth Murray or Jack Sanborn or some of these other Jags that the boys are throwing out there on defense. So, yeah, it all depends on the price. Like, this offense, it's so good. They were putting up insane numbers with CeeDee Lamb on the sideline, and now CeeDee's back. They just put up 44 against Washington. The run game looks good with Javonte Williams. Like, he looks like pre-injury Javonte Williams. Dak Prescott's playing at an elite level. The Cowboys O-line, look, it's not 90s Cowboys O-line, but it's good enough. Obviously, it's holding up enough for Dallas to do what they're doing. And, yeah, like, it's a crazy thought that, like, you don't want to waste an offense like this, but with the defense,
and you don't want to start saying, no, we'll get it done, we'll get better next year. No, you need to do it right now.
Well, George Pickens is a free agent after this year. So I would think the Cowboys are going to try to sign him. Now, his price tag has gone up with the way that he's played, but, like, they might not have George Pickens next year. So one of the pieces on this offense that is making it succeed could be gone. So that's where it's like you have.
They'll have Tolbert. Tolbert will be back. Tolbert, he's been back for the last 15 years. They'll always have him. He'll always make the team. He'll always make the team.
Yeah, that's great.
That doesn't do anything for you. Hey, he makes the team every year he plays. They actually throw the ball to him every once in a while.
Yeah, Tolbert is a fine number 3, number 4 wide receiver.
Go ahead to number 5. He's a fine number 5.
He's better than number 5.
No, but he makes the team. He's a good enough pro in order to make that team every year.
Yeah,
that's how bad it is. They can't get anybody. Well, and the little guy who's a specialist, who's been playing football now in the NFL for 16 years, eventually his little legs will run out.
Camonte Turpin?
Yeah.
He's in his 4th year.
Come on, man.
What do you mean, come on? Come on, man, to you. What are you saying here?
Yeah, eventually his little legs will run out as a specialist. All-pro punt returner, kickoff returner.
He's been banged up the last few weeks
already. Oh, no.
But he's good, and he's a really good player.
He's got Kyler legs. Kyler's got some leg problems, doesn't he?
No, the Cowboys now have one of the best wide receiving cores in football. I mean, obviously it starts with CD and George Pickens. You feel like you've got 2 number 1s there.
Starts with that big tight end that they throw to all the time.
You've got Ferg, who's an above average tight end in this league. He's putting up great numbers. I don't think he's a major difference maker there, but clearly Dak loves him and he makes things happen. You've got,
catches touchdown passes, Ferg.
Sure. Turbin's a weapon. Flanoy has become a little something this year.
Are you kidding me? The next Dallas Cowboy to make it for the next 30 years off the practice squad onto the field. What's that guy's name?
Ryan Flanoy.
Flanoy, yes.
He's been fine. You know, like we were talking about number 4 and number 5 wide receivers. Does any NFL team have a superstar at number 4 or number 5?
No. He's no Tolbert, so that's okay. He's in his right spot.
So, like, they've got a great offense. The stats, the eye test, the analytics, everything shows you that this is an elite offense. It has been the best offense in football this season. So the Cowboys, Jerry Jones, the trade deadline's 2 weeks from yesterday. you know Jerry Jones is like all in. We got to go all in.
By the way, they're all thinking nobody's been talking about me lately. So I need to get busy so I can have some scuttlebutt about myself. So let me get involved in some make-believe deal that we could possibly do.
Let me tell you, Jerry Jones, if Jerry Jones is able to make a trade for Max Crosby and it's for a first and a third, let's say, he is going to get praised as a genius for that move. There's a lot of other reasons people won't be praising him, but it'll be like, Micah Parsons got paid $47 million in Green Bay. So what it will look like is Jerry Jones was able to get 2 firsts for Micah Parsons, and then he will only have to trade 1 first for Max Crosby, and Crosby's making like $10 million a year less than Micah is. So it will look like a stroke of genius, perhaps a lot of luck involved, but and Jerry Jones will be getting praised, and there is nobody who likes hearing himself get praised more than Jerry Jones.
And all the things that you thought about, Crosby's agent is thinking the same exact thing you're thinking. You know how bad they need my guy right now?
Well,
and they think they're going to get it. They think they're going to get off $10 million less than what they're going to pay Micah Parsons. Maybe they'll get off $2 million less.
Well, the contract's already been signed, Buck. There's no negotiation here.
I mean,
you're not going to negotiate mid-season.
Well, I mean, they're going to have to make this. Won't this have to be, as I said, a long-term deal for him?
It is. It already is.
To 29.
He's locked in through the 2029 season. So that's the appeal of going out and getting Max Crosby. He just signed a 3-year extension on top of his current contract a few months ago.
I would say anything but 2 first rounds. Yeah, first round and some sluggos on your team. First round and some cat, but I can't give away 2 first-round picks.
Yeah, I wouldn't trade 2 firsts for him. I would trade a first and some other stuff for him for sure. And there are reports
a first and Stephen Jones.
Holy shit! Well, Cowboys would have to throw in 4 firsts if Stephen is a part of the deal.
Oh God,
that makes the trade worse for the Raiders. They're going to need more if they got to take Stephen back. Kidding me? I would love to. I'd trade Stephen for a lump of coal right now. I would trade a 2nd-round pick just to get rid of that guy.
All in. I'm saying all in.
So,
not for 2 firsts, though. I'm not all in for 2 firsts.
I wouldn't do 2 firsts. Last night, so after the original Trey Wingo report came out, you had Tom Pelissero and Jane Slater both come out and say that, Max Crosby's not leaving the Raiders. The Raiders have no intentions of trading Max Crosby, which basically is, we're not going to trade him unless your offer's really good.
That means 2 firsts.
Right. We're going to listen. So don't just buy into what Jane Slater and Tom Pelissero say. There's no chance anybody can go get this guy. No, the Raiders suck. They should be considering trading their valuable assets to rebuild for the future. And I know they would love to, keep Max Crosby as a part of that rebuild, but they should consider moving on from him, I think. And the Cowboys should
get what you can get right now for him.
Right. That's what I would do if the offer is out there. So we will see. Good news for the Cowboys. Yes, we're talking about Jerry Jones. The owner of the Raiders is not the smartest person in the world either. If there's somebody who might be worse than negotiating than Jerry, it's Mark Davis. Now, he's not the GM out there, but he does have final say in everything that happens.
Let those two negotiate with each other. That's a meeting of the minds.
Yeah. Oh, my God. To be a fly on the wall in that one.
I'd like to be sitting down listening to that deal.
My IQ would drop a lot from being in that room. I could tell you that. So there you go. We will see what happens. Again, the NFL trade deadline now less than 2 weeks away. Big one for the Cowboys in Denver this weekend. Maybe it comes down to that. Like if the Cowboys go on the road and beat the Broncos, who are a good team, Jerry Jones might be like, you know what? We got to do something. Like we might have a little something here. If the Cowboys get blown out and they fall to 3-4-1 on the year, it might be, you know what? Let's keep our draft capital. We got 4 first-round picks these next 2 years. Let's just keep what we've got and go from there. It may come down to the Broncos game. Who knows?
You're right.
The Cowboys also play Arizona their next game on Monday night. So literally the day before the trade deadline will be the Cowboys' next game after this week at home against the Cards on Monday Night Football. So maybe we'll have a clearer view by then.
Card's still running out. What's his name? Brisket. Is he still their head? They're still their quarterback right now. Kyler Murray hasn't played for a couple of weeks. He's been banged up. I don't know.
Jacoby Brisket played against Green Bay this past weekend. Arizona
they played the week before, I believe, too.
Against Indianapolis. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the Kyler Murray status, actually. I don't know if he's supposed to come back.
He's been out for a while.
Yeah, so we'll see. Does Arizona – it looks like Arizona may have a bye this week anyways, so their next game may be – their next game is that Cowboys game. So we'll see if Kyler's good to go or if it's Jacoby Brisket.
Who do the Texans have this weekend? They need a win.
That was a pretty rough showing for the Texans. The Seahawks tried to hand it to them. They had 4 turnovers and they lost. The Texans are hosting San Francisco on Sunday.
Ooh.
Yeah, and then they've got the Broncos next week. So both games at home, but those are 2 very good teams that Houston has to try to turn their season around. The Texans
and their wide receiver Collins. What's the status?
Concussion. So we'll see throughout the week what the deal is.
Yeah, generally you don't come back. Generally they hold you out at least a week.
And of course, it was a Monday night injury that he suffered, so a short week too for Nico Collins. So, I don't know. Big one for both teams in the state of Texas coming up this weekend.
Absolutely.
Playing against, again, great competition. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Dakota text line 512-222-9328. The YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats are rocking and rolling as well. In a moment, we will get to maybe the most disgusting 4-second video I've ever seen in my entire life. Also, some exclusive sound from Brian Kelly, Pete Carroll, and Brian Dayball from this past football weekend. Any more sponsor shout-outs for you this morning,
No,
Buck?
we are loading them down.
All right. Well, let me give some love to McCall Custom Homes.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to see Mike tomorrow.
There we go. Yeah, we trust our homes to McCall Custom Homes. You should too. Kitchen remodels, bathroom renovations. You want to add on to your home. Maybe you've got a growing family. If you need more space. Maybe you want to add some new life to your outdoor space. Doesn't matter. McCall Custom Homes can do it for you, and they've been doing it here in Central Texas for a long time. It's a father-son team with more than 4 decades of experience. They're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. Tons of 5-star testimonials online. They're the best. And maybe the best part, they're offering free estimates right now to TSU listeners. So head over to their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. They'll come out to your place free of charge, and you can talk about what you want. They'll talk about what they think they can do, and then boom, just like that, you can go from there. McCallCustomHomesATX.com, 512-633-9580. That is Mike McCall's direct line. Reach out to him. He will take care of you. And of course, you want to be taken care of after a personal injury, whether it's a car wreck or a workplace accident, doesn't matter. Hurricane Hecht, Ryan Hurricane Hecht is your guy. The best personal injury attorney all across Central Texas. He's been a friend of mine for more than a decade. He's been fighting for justice and big results for a decade as well. He is going to be there for you every step of the way. Don't fight the insurance companies alone. You're going through enough trying to get your life back on track after a big injury. Let Hurricane Hecht do the heavy lifting for you and let him flood your wallets with cash. He's the best in the business. HechtLawFirm.com for more info, or you can give him a call, 512-938-8929. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and give a little NSFW warning here, Buck.
It's that bad. It's that brutal.
Well,
how bad can 4 seconds be?
That's what your wife says.
That's what she said is right.
Yeah. Sorry, you set me up for that one, my friend. How bad can 4 seconds be? Maybe that's what he said, honestly.
Oh, no.
I don't know. But we go to Columbia, South Carolina.
Oh, boy.
For this
might as well be Florida, man.
Of course, that is the home of the South Carolina Gamecocks. And South Carolina, of course, had a home game this past weekend against Oklahoma. They got smoked. But this video here is at a pregame tailgate near Williams-Brice Stadium on the campus of South Carolina. There's no sound here. It's very short. It's very brief. You can't see a ton, but once I show you what this is, you will be thankful that you can't see any more. Buck, I'm going to show you this, and then I would like you to describe to the people, especially those tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app, what you are witnessing here. Here we go. Show one more time. Did you see what was happening in there?
Yeah, I saw the guy had his pants all the way down in a porta potty, and he was just peeing.
See the motion he's making? I'm not sure that's a urination motion.
Is there more than one person in there? He's not banging somebody in the porta potty, is he?
Oh, he is banging somebody in the porta potty.
No.
Oh yeah, there is somebody else in there.
Oh no, over the blue wave?
Over the blue wave. And look, you see what's on the ground to the right side of the porta-john? See what that is?
It looks like a weights.
That's the sink.
Oh, they pulled the sink out of there for more room?
They ripped the sink out of the porta-john for more room to get it on.
Don't they have a car or a van or something?
You would think, right?
Yeah,
anywhere else you could go.
I'm just saying, I'm more apt to find a beautiful oak tree somewhere that even if you saw me, I'm okay. Not in the porta potty. I mean, I'm not against sex in a lot of places. I'm totally against sex in the porta potty. I just am. I'm sorry. I know that sounds like, hey, some parts of the porta potty is clean. I'm against sex in the porta potty. No, and I've been at the 50-yard line, in the van, you name it, in the grass, on a golf course. I mean, but on the green, but not there.
There's a still shot for you so you could see exactly what's going on in there. I'm with you, dude. Like, there is not a woman in the world that I would do
this. If she
this
let
with.
me do it there, I know I can't be with her.
Like, if Sydney Sweeney is like, hey, I will have sex with you, but the only place we're going to do it is this porta-john at a South Carolina football tailgate right before kickoff. I'm going to say, you know what? I have a girlfriend. I can't do it.
I have a girl. Hey, I'm dedicated to my girlfriend. I cannot do that with you there.
Now, if she says in a Wendy's dumpster, maybe it's a different conversation. She says in the back of a van and stuff like you're talking about, then all right, I could listen. But, dude, the amount of, like, piss and crap on the floor, that guy's got his pants down on the ground in there. He probably has
got to pull those pants back up.
He probably has his hands on the back wall, and where are her hands? And
there's no sink.
Where's she grabbing onto?
There's no sink for that stink.
No sink. That'd also be gross. I'm sure people have, like, pissed in that sink before. But, like, where is she grabbing on? Like, she's got to be holding somewhere, right? She's the one who's closer to the actual.
She's holding the top of the toilet.
Yeah, and she's like her face may be right down near there.
Oh no. That's a no-go. And we as a society and people have been desperate to have some intercourse in some odd places, but that can't be a part. That's a tip for kids right there. That's a no, kids. That's a 0 to 0. That you can't do that there.
Yeah, tip for kids: don't give your tip to somebody in the porta-john.
No. In your mom's sewing room, anywhere, not there.
I mean, you almost feel for the guy too who walked in on this, right? Like, that's nobody wants to walk. Well, I shouldn't say nobody, but you feel like the general rule of thumb is that you don't want to walk in on people getting it on.
Well, you don't want to walk in on me when I'm taking a dump at Amy's Ice Cream in an outdoor bathroom like that, where the little kid comes in and he leaves the door open. And he goes to his dad, "Hey, look at this." Look, he's pointing to his dad. I'm sitting down, and I couldn't lock the door. And it was one of those, I got to go. There's no, you know me, I'm not doing that in my pants. And there's a toilet. And that's like, hey, to me, finding the toilet when I got to go so bad, that's like luxury to me. It didn't matter. It was a big round hole there. I just sat there, and a little kid opened the door. He was as young as the little kid who shot the finger at me at the Oklahoma game that time with his 12-year-old mother. So this kid opens up the door. BK, he doesn't just open it up and looks in. He opens the door, and I'm just sitting there, and there I am facing and the kid tells his dad, "Hey, come here. Look at this." He's telling his dad to look at me.
Why didn't you lock the door?
I couldn't. It just shut. It didn't have a little chain thing.
Was it a one-man bathroom?
Yeah, it was a one-manner. It was just that kind of toilet.
So you're in Amy's ice cream, and the ice cream's running through you very quickly. So
and it was an outdoor toilet. Somebody knows where that Amy's is. I'm not going to say. They had an indoor one. I wasn't making it there. I was just outside. Nobody around. It was like, nobody's around. Let me go get a quickie. Next thing I know, this little 6-year-old kid opens it up wide. And little kids, they don't, they're like, hey, there's not supposed to be a guy in here taking a dump. But Dad, hey, come here. He keeps the door open. And he's like, hey, look.
What did his dad say? His dad all of a sudden gets somebody else, and he's like, hey, buddy, look at this.
It was so bad. Needless to say, I am so now. But once again, I'm not crapping my pants. It's just that's not part of the game as I go through life.
Yeah, well, next time lock the door when you're at the bathroom. Would be some advice for me.
Well, that guy, why didn't he lock that porta potty? That guy didn't care. It didn't matter, right?
Like, there had to be some noise going on in there, right? And you know what they say?
That's what made that dude open it up. That thing was moving, and that porta potty was having all kinds of vibrations going on. He just was curious. That's all.
You know what they say? I think it was Stevie Ray Vaughan who said this. When the Porta John is rocking, don't bother knocking.
Yeah.
All right? Like, don't, if you hear anything in there, if you see movement in there, there are two things that could be happening. Someone is either crapping up a storm so bad that you shouldn't want to be close to that, or people are banging in there, and you also shouldn't want to be close to that. So I don't think this was a case of this guy is just like, here's an open porta pot. I got to take a leak. Let me walk in.
Well, that's something that brothers would do to brothers. If that's his brother, for sure. That's what a brother would do to another brother right there. But he'd open that thing wider so everybody. That is. Oh, that's awful.
They say curiosity killed the cat. Well,
it's nasty.
That is nasty. That is like, we might have to do a segment one of these days, like worst places to get it on. That is near the very top of the list, if not at the top.
I went to my college stadium, 50-yard line at midnight. So
that's fine. Like, that's not the cleanest
on the
place
logo,
in the world.
Logo.
Sure. It's not the cleanest place in the world, but like, it's better than that. You don't have to
go back there and practice there. I had to go back to practice there that week.
You don't have people like pissing and crapping on the floor in there. Do you? I don't know.
No.
Maybe that was like a tradition at your high school where people would just.
No, this was at Boston College. This is at BC. I was right at the 50-yard line at the Eagle.
There you go. It's awesome. Good bit. I'm sure Matt Ryan did that a few years later. Like that's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, that was a good bit. Yeah, that's when I ended up in the deal there before taking a trip to Villanova or whatever, having to get a shot for that ordeal. Because if she was nasty enough to let me do that at the 50-yard line, she was nasty enough to let 25 others do it, and we were all passing that around. Yeah.
Is that the weirdest place that you've ever?
No, it's not the weirdest.
What's the weirdest?
No. When you get married and you have kids, we go through some weirdness in order to hide from them because they're hard to hide from. It's if you lock the door in the bedroom and they're banging on the door, that's not a lot of fun. Or if you're in your closet, or if you go to the van in your own garage, that's pretty weird.
The weirdest place is your own car?
Yeah, it's just when you're a grown up and you're trying to hide from your kids and you want to have some privacy, and if you go to the van, that's pretty weird.
All right. Well, mine's an alley in West Campus, so behind a dumpster to be.
Oh, you're dumpster diving?
Not in the dumpster. I didn't jump in the dumpster. It was behind the dumpster. Now, it was a pretty disgusting ground, but hey, you do what you got to do in college, You
don't go to Louisiana like that guy did, or Mississippi, though. That's gross.
Yeah, you don't porta john it ever. All right, we'll bring on two dudes.
What about a new porta john? What about if it's new in the water?
A Newport? No. That
A Newport? Is it menthol?
I would do it. I would do it in like remember the ones we had at the Coke Fest that had air conditioning. Remember
there
those?
you go. The ones that have sinks to them and air conditioning music in them.
Round Top's got some nice like trailer porcelain.
No, you can't do that. That is not something you do in the bathroom.
They're just not roomy enough. I mean, it's like, look, there's a whole lot here. And I mean the belly and the ass. I'm not talking about the front side.
There's a lot of movement going on in that.
So it's hard enough to wipe your ass when you have to take a shit in one of those things, much less when you're doing all that other stuff.
It's the smell too, right? Like this, yeah. Like, and first off, how do we know there's an actual other person to that, right? That could just be a gag reel of somebody just showing their ass like that, right?
Could be.
Like I said, that's his brother doing that's got to be his brother or one of his classmates doing that.
I don't put it past someone that's in the service, right, to do this, because in rough times, gentlemen, I have not done this, but I have seen. Remember those portable DVD players that were hot commodities back in the day?
Yeah.
Well, around 2008, 2009 frame, a lot of Marines were still deploying to Afghanistan, and these things were like gold, right? Because you could take porn anywhere with you with this thing, as long as you were in camp, because you can't take it outside of the wire, right? So you would see these porter shitters just with these illuminating glows at night sometimes, right? And you knew exactly what was going on. You'd have guys, Marines, just sitting here waiting to take a shit, right? And all of a sudden, the porta potty's going all like one of those wind blowing things, right? It's just all over the place. And then finally the guys are coming out all sweat, nothing going on, nothing going down below them, just all sweat, just got it out, man. Yeah, you got the wrong stuff out, buddy.
The Megaplex porta potty. It's like a Megaplex on wheels.
Yeah, go ahead. You're gonna have a combat jack. Go do it somewhere. Don't occupy the shitter. You know what I mean?
And there's got to be a palm tree out there somewhere.
No, there's no palm tree. There's some trees. I don't know if they're palm trees, Bucky, but there's some tree. I don't know if they're palm trees. Just very, very resortful place out there in the desert, right? Nice little oasis out there. But
that's just nasty, Wags. You can't take a female in a porta potty.
Smell? That's the thing. Like, how do you concentrate that hard to keep?
I don't even care about the smell. I'm looking at the girl going, am I really going to do that? Are you really going to let me do this in here with you? Because I would have to say to her, no, honey, no, you're not.
There's just a lot going on.
And
you're not right for me. How about this? You don't fit my standards.
You're not on our standards.
Yeah.
Just think about this part. Think about this part. So if you're that dude and you've got the girl in front of you, you probably have your hand over here, doing whatever. And you look down at her back, but then you look over to the right or left and you see steaming shit in the pot.
You're smelling it. And
that's the moment, right?
That's not a good porta. Like, there's probably what do dudes usually see when we go in a porta potty, right? We see the urinal stuffed with toilet paper so that you can't piss properly. So when you do piss in the urinal, it's going to overflow and go somewhere, right? Because we love to live in misery. We love every toilet looking like the worst toilet in Scotland from Train Spotting, apparently.
That's why I say when you use the porta-john, and this is etiquette, put the seat down because it'll kind of keep that smell in the tank or whatever that thing is.
Put the seat down. You're touching it. Don't touch anything in there.
You hang
I float above
that thing down.
Exactly, Buck. They have the oh shit handle on the door for you to hang off.
Kick it.
You might break the door down, but you're not touching that seat.
My cheeks don't come in contact in a porta potty. Now they've got like when you go to the airport, they've got the little plastic things you can sit on. I don't ever sit on that. I'll go cheek to cheek. My ass is no better than anybody else's ass cheek. I'll go cheek to cheek at the airport because I'm not pulling out the plastic and sticking that diaper on top. I'm not going through all of that. When I have to go to the bathroom, I'm going. But at a porta potty, I'm hovering.
What happens if you get the blue spelunker?
I went.
What that is? Do you guys know what the blue spelunker is?
No, what the hell is that?
Thing that hangs in there?
When you take a dump, when you have one so solid, it just goes straight down and goes kaplunk, spelunk, and then the blue comes up and hits you in the ass.
I don't care about it. I'll take a bidet coming back at me, but I'm not putting my butt on a cheek in a porta potty. Now, like I said, at the airport, at the high school, whatever, I mean, I'll go cheek to cheek with somebody. I'm pretty sure that anybody's walking around those places, their ass is no better than mine, or mine's is no better than their ass cheek. You know what I'm saying?
I took a poop once, Bucky, at the Houston airport, and whoever had been in the stall before me had put one of them little rings around there, the little paper ring over there. And I guess he had the chorro or something, because there was, so he shit kind of on the paper itself and didn't take the paper off.
And didn't take the paper off.
It's like,
you left the paper for you.
Left the paper, and I guess it'd been there a while because it was like kind of stuck.
That's nasty too. That is nasty.
It's like,
my God.
I'm taking a picture of the QR
Why did you
code.
do this,
Service needed in G5 or whatever the hell number that thing was.
Did he write a note on it? That is so disgusting. That is so bad. That is gross.
That's gross.
All right, I got to go. I got to go get something to eat. I'm hungry now.
After that.
Yeah.
Sorry to leave y'all with that, boys. See y'all tomorrow.
Yeah. What's going on the show today, Rodney?
We got a guest.
There.
Yeah, we got a guest. We got all kinds of.
Yeah, we got Satish Kanakula coming on from Sharps AI at the bottom of the hour to come on. He's going to talk a lot about analytics and not about shit. So,
what's worse, a porta-john or an airplane one? The airplane ones are typically cleaner.
Well, but it's kind of the same.
Ain't no room in there, man.
It's kind of the same like space, right? Like
yeah. Well, the porta-john's at least bigger, but like when I'm saying, if you have to poop, which I will, I will poop anywhere. I'll shit in a porta-john. I don't care. But when it comes to the wiping part, whether you're going to try to spread your legs and wipe the way you're not supposed to, or you're going to try to reach behind, there's just not a lot of room in there, man.
And how much fun can that be? Are you doing it? You're clearly doing it just to get a check off the box, right? Like you're not enjoying sex in a porta shitter. You're not.
I just can't.
You're not enjoying sex in a Mile High club, unless you're like in a private jet or.
Well, that's kind of a little mysterious, kind of whatever with that.
But it's not though. It's not like okay. Let's remember going into a plane. How much room do you have going into a plane, going into a shitter and on the plane? Do you have enough room where you can move around comfortably just by yourself in there?
Yeah. Yeah,
I'm asking a question. Like, seriously, talk to me.
No. I mean, okay. It's even like when you stand up.
I'm a pretty big dude myself, right?
When you stand up to take
that
a
much
squirt
room when I go in there.
Yeah,
and when I like to have sex, like my kids listening, shit.
Well,
I like to have a fucking circus. You know what I mean? I like to have fun. You know,
he knows you had sex at least once. At least once, right? But
yeah, but still, like
there's even when you go into one of those airplane ones, it's like it's hard to take a squirt in there because you're like all ducked down. I mean, I'm 6 foot tall,
Yeah,
so it's like my head's like hitting the thing, and then you get turbulent.
Even when I'm pissing in the airplane shitter, like I'm leaning over and I'm trying to make room for myself just so I can fit in the damn room.
Yeah,
I don't see how these people are. You know what? Back in the day, before they took the room away from economy and the peasants, you could do this. It was a thing back in the day before they crammed so much space in there, and then they took away our bathroom space too.
I'll tell you the other ones where it really sucks to take a poopy is like in a travel trailer. I have a lot of friends that have a travel trailer and they're like, hey, you can like at an event or something, come hang out, go in the travel trailer. If you need to go to the bathroom, whatever, but you go in there and that's the one where like you step on it's got the step by the side of the toilet where you flush your whatever, but there's no like standing water. So you go in there and you take a crap and it's like whoosh all over the bowl. And then you push the thing. And it's like you walk out of there and you leave skid marks there.
I don't know what it is. There's certain things that get me, right? There's certain things that just make me feel disgusting and make me want to vomit. And when I heard you talk about the leaving the stuff on top of the paper, that made me there's some things that just make me yak. And I've seen way grosser shit than I've endured way grosser shit than what you're talking about. It's just there's certain things and just visualizations and smells that come to me that make me entrenched in the moment. So I guess
it's common decency. I've shit my pants in public and I've shit.
Are you serious? You know what? I say that, but I actually have shit my. I think I didn't shit my pants completely in public, but I let out like a squirt. Like like I was trying to get up in an attic.
Got a little
right? When I was working with AV Concepts, when I was doing it in installments, I was trying to reroute a line and lifted myself up into the attic. You know the small crawl holes that you have to get up into the attic like that are right above
one right there.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. Well, I had to get up off the ladder and then brace myself in there, and I was having a little bit of stomach issues before we even started going on the job, right? And went up in there and boom, sure enough, a little bit ran down. I said, "Call Tom up. I gotta go. I'll be right back." So
it happens, man.
It does. It happens to the best of us, man.
And when it's happened to me, I like, it's one of those things where I keep extra stuff in my car because whether I've got golf shoes, I've got shorts, I've got underwear, I've got different things that I carry around in workout bags or whatever. So if that happens, I'm going to dispose of wherever I shit on myself. Somewhere, not like at the.
Have you done it so often? Have you done it so often that is now like. It's kind of like a fail safe. Like you've done it because of failure.
I used to be concerned because I would do what you said. I'd fart, and it's like, oh man, that's wet. Wait a minute here. It's like a slip and slide in my underwear. What's going on here, man?
No, like I said, I'm very overly, I guess, aware of that stuff. So I constantly just. I don't know. I overwipe like we described on the show before. All right, where do you want to go? First and foremost, you want to go around the pond? Let's talk some hockey. Let's talk some ice last night.
You overwipe, it goes from brown to red.
Yeah, but but there's no brown, right?
Okay.
I'm cool with no brown. I'm cool with no brown.
Just as long as it ain't green or orange. Yes, Abel, it is caldito, man. That's what happens when that little bit squirts out. It's caldito, little soup. And right quick before that, Wags, no, I have actually never, I don't think I've ever been on a Greyhound bus. I'm like BK. I'm curious now, so I think I need to take that.
You've never taken a public bus?
The only buses I've ever ridden, of course, the Yellow Dogs. And I've ridden the Yellow Dogs as an adult to different games where it's like I need to go to a playoff game. And they're like, ride with the team. Oh, that's always fun. But anyway, and then I've ridden nice buses on trips like, the party bus.
Yeah, like charter buses.
Yeah. But never a Greyhound. I'm going to take a Greyhound trip somewhere. I don't know where to go. We'll figure that out.
Going out to El Paso with Marty Robbins. BK, that was a bet that they lost. I don't even know if he actually paid that off yet.
He did
back in the day. Did he?
Brad?
He rolled out the
he did it. He did it. Yeah.
Did not know that. Hey, well, let's roll out to, I guess, Washington, D.C. The Caps were on the ice last night against the Kraken from Seattle last night. Caps took down the win 4-1 there. Dowd got him started off on what you got there?
A puck.
Hey, where'd you get that from? Who's it signed by?
No, I found this in an old box. It's a Colorado Avalanche puck. I don't know. I used to have an Ice Bats puck. I don't know where that went. I think I lost it in a divorce somewhere.
Well, but you might be speaking of the Demons here. Bringing up the Demons with the Avalanche. I think the Avalanche are going to plague the West. They look pretty damn good, man. They're probably going to dominate again. They got still one of the best skaters in all the land. So see what McKinnon can put together this season. He's a magical player, special player, but you know what the guys from Colorado can bring. They're usually always deadly, and they're always contending for a championship. And them, the Stars. I mean,
they're always high.
It's no surprise, right? Them, the Stars, and the Oilers right now are probably my favorites for the top three in the West so far.
Yeah,
I had the East.
I was thinking about Dallas and Edmonton, but I know because we talked, Stu and I talked with Tom and Tom McKay tomorrow, as a matter of fact. And thank you, Tom. So Tom, he called me yesterday, didn't realize that Tracy and I had the same wedding anniversary as they did. He gives me a call. We're just talking live for a little bit. 30 minutes later, he's like, oh, shit, I got to go. I got a game to go to. I'll talk to you later.
That's what happens, man. He calls you up for like a 5 minute or just for a little bit. And then the next thing you know, you're on the phone for an hour with him. It's easy to talk to people like that. That's just, and then the fun thing is when he's trying to get off the line and no, hold on, man. Let me talk to you real quick. Hold on. Let me ask you. And then you ain't got nothing to ask him. You just like, what the hell you want to talk to me about? Nothing. I just want to hear your voice. Gets off the line.
There it is. Yeah. So he'll join tomorrow. All right. Sorry. Yeah. But Stars and Edmonton.
All good. But yeah, Caps took the win last night 4-1 over the Kraken there. treated to a nice little doozy last night for the nightcap. Did you see the Bruins in Florida's game at all? Or Florida's?
The homecoming game? The return for Brad Marchand?
Exactly. Return from Marchand going back up to to Beantown, right? But did you see how it ended?
No, I did not.
Okay, so it was 3-3, right, with probably 30 seconds left. All right, and then Florida gets the breakaway or gets out in the neutral ice, and then Bennett is able to get one to Verhaeghe, get a beautiful pass to Verhaeghe, and then Verhaeghe, who beat he had Swayman beat by all means. He had Swayman beat, but the pole came in and intervened and said, "Here's a gift from the gods." But then, not so fast. I can't remember the. I think it was Peak. It might have been Peak. I'll have to go back and check, but I can't remember the defender that it went off of on Boston. But he took a swing to try and clear the puck and get the trash out of the, because they were in empty net scenario anyways, right? They were trying to get it going. No. Excuse me. They weren't in empty net. They were in empty net to tie it up. But then, with 30 seconds left, it beat Swayman. Swayman, the goalie for the Bruins there, hit the post. And then I got to go back and watch the replay. But a defender for the Bruins tried to clear it. He couldn't clear it. And it just went off the skate of him. And it was an own goal for Florida. I mean, it ended in the result for Florida to get the win 4-3. But still, it's a gift from the gods to have the post intervene and then all of a sudden just be like, not so fast. We're going to have an own goal because that goal that Verhaeghe shot, or the shot that Verhaeghe put on net, should have actually went in. It's just, game of inches, as they say. But yeah, thriller in Beantown. Marchand, 2 assists last night in his return.
Not so fast, midget. Not so fast.
Is that what they said last night? So
I don't know if Lee Corso was on the call.
No, that's right. Yeah, he's busy. So I'm assuming that the East, and again, I haven't really dug into anything NHL yet, but so I'm assuming the East is still going to go through Florida, right? I would assume at this point.
Florida's tough. I'd like to think that they can get back there. See what Carolina can do, right?
Carolina. Yeah.
See what Carolina's able to do, but it's probably, and we'll see. Like Washington, and here's the thing too, right? Washington was supposed to be in a rebuilding year, and I don't like Washington's off to a hot start right now. 5-2 right out of the gate, but I don't know if they'll be able to hold this. I said this shit last year, right? It's all on if Thompson can play well and Thompson can keep up his goaltender play, they have a shot. I thought the same thing for the Bruins too. I almost feel like the Bruins are kind of in the land of where the Caps are at, to where they can kind of contend if they wanted to, but it really comes down to Swayman, right? I thought Swayman 2 years ago, Swayman was nasty. He was on point, probably one of the best goaltenders in the NHL, and just a kind of a disappointing year last year for the Bruins in terms of goaltender last year. But yeah, man, I'd say who's another team? New York had a pretty decent squad, not the Islanders, the blue shirts. Rangers had a pretty decent team last year. They'll probably be contending. They got some players, they got some studs, and we'll see what Toronto can do. Right? We'll see if Toronto is actually real or not. But I don't know. The East there's a little bit more parity in the East than there is in the West, in my opinion. The West is kind of dominated by a holy trinity of to me it's Dallas. It's either between Dallas, the Avalanche, or the Oilers. I can't give anyone else, actual, I guess, a notion or a chip, a chair, and a prayer to win the West.
Yeah, it seems like the West is a lot more defined to where yeah, kind of like the NBA too, where you have one conference that just kind of flipped, where you have one conference that is very top heavy, 2 or 3
dominant
teams.
for sure.
Yeah, and then you've got in the West.
Well, in the East was kind of like that too, right? It was kind of like the Bolts for a while. Like Tampa Bay was kind of dominating the East for a while. Penguins and Bruins would give them a little bit of a run, but usually Tampa Bay, and then from Tampa Bay, they've kind of just passed the torch, to the home team in Florida there, and just say, "Hey, Panthers, kind of take this way." But yeah, Panthers, they're pretty dominant. We'll see how. And when you have one of the best goaltenders usually things go that way for you. So
well,
a little good pond talk here to start us off.
This is the cool part because we're at that point of football season where you still have a healthy amount of football left, but now the
time of the year. This is Christmas.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
It's Christmas for most of us.
Two NBA games last night. With the Rockets finding a way in overtime.
How about that, huh? Kevin Durant.
Kevin Durant
to force the thing to the second overtime to make this thing happen. But yeah, dude, how do you feel about that moving forward? At first, I was just like, all right, how much is he actually going to be able to make a difference? But and here's the thing too, right? And I know we're going to have a lull in basketball, and usually we don't really start getting in the hoops until after Christmas, right? Like,
that's when it's
most people don't pay attention to the NBA until the Christmas Day game, right? Like, that's when people start actually paying attention. Oh, that's right, the NBA's on. Well, the NBA's been out, been tipped off since October, man. You guys just don't pay attention to it because football or the World Series. There's a lot of other sports out there that are pulling you away from basketball.
Well, right? And I think what's gotten weird now, Wags, is because now the NFL has impeded onto Christmas to where it's like you kind of lit the NBA.
Exactly. And I don't know if you watch soccer either, but Boxers Day, the day after Christmas, there's tons of soccer games on in the Premier League, right? So, or every game's on in the Premier League. So it's just, I don't know. The holidays are great, especially if you're watching more than just football, basketball, baseball. Well, baseball is over at that point, but still, you guys know the drill. Basketball is usually great when it first tips off and opens up, and then everybody just kind of, all right, basketball when Christmas comes around, we'll get back into it. But hey, tip-off was last night, and sure enough, Kevin Durant was on display. SGA, able to get it done, just doing a little bit of a dance, doing a little bit of a pirouette, and for what it's worth, dude, KD was sticking with him, but it's hard to stick with SGA, right? And you got he's the free throw line merchant. We know this, but look, it's when someone is that shifty, that crafty, I don't care how long you are. And you knew that Kevin Durant was kind of going to get the assignment just because of his length, but I thought he had him played right. And I'm talking about the last sequence here when SGA was able to draw the foul to draw Kevin Durant's sixth and final personal foul to get him the foul out. But it put SGA on the free throw line. They were able to go up and get the lead by 1, and it ended in double overtime with the Thunder getting the victory there over the Houston Rockets. But the Houston Rockets, I questioned if Kevin Durant was actually going to be the move that was going to help them get to that next level or push a team like the Thunder to the next level and kind of compete for it. They might be able to do it. Again, it's only one game, but still, I'd like to see these two teams match up going head to head
later in the season. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But here's the thing too, right now, I don't know. Durant's not going to be able to give those minutes night in and night out. Like he's going to have to rest.
Thing. Yeah. Yeah. Like we were talking about yesterday. When it comes to him, it's going to be like, if he's going to be effective, it'll be effective when he's playing. And you don't expect him to be an everyday guy. I mean, you just can't. I mean, the season is way too long for that.
Right.
But Oklahoma City, Wags, that's going to be a tough pill to swallow for I don't care who comes out of the East or the West, because I mean that's a really good group of young dudes. And now they've been to the pinnacle, and now they know how to play in those clutch situations. So that's the stuff where I think you really have to start looking at this Oklahoma City team and think, okay, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that they're going to go on a multi-year run, but I'm telling you they got a pretty damn good chance to back up the championship last year. And that's 2 good games last night, and I am so looking forward tonight, dude. I absolutely cannot wait to watch Spurs and Mavericks. That's going to be really fun to watch tonight. I'm excited about San Antonio this year, and Cooper Flagg, comes in and
I know you're not a Mavs fan, but it's kind of it's hard to not be excited for Cooper Flagg. Then I guess the next generation of Mavs basketball, right?
And San Antonio. I think this is where a kind of a generational game right here now with the Spurs now with the new draft pick that they have in the existing with Castle and all the different guys. This is going to be a lot of fun tonight. So looking forward to that. Quick check in from Gorgeous Greg from Gorgeous Georgetown in Cancun. Dude's in Cancun, man. And
how about that? Don't drink the water. Don't drink the water.
He's
Make
having
sure
vitamin C. Vitamin C.
Hey,
SEA.
let me tell you guys something. Before we get to our guest, Satish Kadakula, let me tell you about our friends at Hecht Law Firm real quick. There's a new lawyer in town, and when the storm hits, you got to call Hurricane Hecht. Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your go-to personal injury attorney right here in our Fairburg of Austin, Texas. A proud Texas Longhorn fighting for fellow Texans like you and I. Ryan's not just a lawyer, though. He's a Longhorn through and through, and he brings that same fire pride to the courtroom. All right, injured in a car accident, you got your feelings hurt by watching the Longhorns, or maybe you got a dog bite. Huh?
Steve Sarkisian offended you.
Maybe Steve Sarkisian's just kind of made you have a mental lapse. Give Ryan a call. Maybe he can't hurt you, or maybe he can't help you out with your hurt feelings, but he can kind of talk you up and get you to the right place, right? But he's aggressive in the courtroom, and he brings that compassion to his clients, right? He knows what you're going through with the Longhorns, and he'll fight like hell to make it right. Austin-based, Texas proud, supporting local sports, local businesses, local families, and you when you call him today. 512-938-8929. Again, those lottery numbers, 512-938-8929. That email, Ryan at hechtlawfirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHT lawfirm.com. Tell them the crew from TSU sent you.
Absolutely. If you're looking for that new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, there's one spot to go. Check out covertbeecave.com. You will find the weekly specials are on that website right there. Find the one that you're looking for. Get a phone call in, say, hey, I saw this on your website. Is it still in your inventory? If they tell you yes, take that beautiful drive out there. And it's not only the sale, it's the service after the sale. The Covert family of dealerships for over 100 years doing it right here in Central Texas. And for folks beyond Central Texas, here's what proud Covert Bee Cave customers talk about.
You see Covert everywhere. It's that personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Maybe it's a Covert deal, not now, not ever. Check them out today at covertbeecave.com. Also have to talk about our friends at McCall Custom Homes. They made our primary bathroom, as we call it, the right way to say that. Primary bathroom has come to life with just an amazing renovation that went on in there. They took an old tub space that we had with a 5-foot tub in there that they ripped that out, found all the problems underneath there that we didn't even know that were going to be a part of this, and they replaced it with an amazing shower, 2-head shower system, tempered glass. It is beautiful. We've got wainscot on the walls. It's beautiful. I've posted pictures before. I'll do it again. It's McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. They can do that for you. Turn those ideas that you have, combine that with the ideas that they have, and they're going to hook you up with something very, very special. And the great news is right now, it is free estimates for Texas Sports Unfiltered listeners and viewers. 512-633-9580 for over 4 decades. Family owned and operated, a father-son team doing it for Central Texans. And they want to take care of you just like they will take care of me. Here's the other part about it. As a matter of fact, yesterday, there was something I needed done around the house. And I thought I couldn't get it done in a timely manner. I got to go on the road this weekend. I text Mike. I'm like, hey, dude, I need this done. Anybody that you can refer to me right quick that can do it on the quick? And he's like, boom, call this dude. That's what McCall Custom Homes will do for you. 512-633-9580. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. McCall Custom Homes, we build value into your home.
Boom. All right, amigo, where do you want to go next? We have our guest.
Got to go to the
behind
guest
the
line.
scenes. I guess we could bring him on. You've seen his face before. He's talked to you a little bit about pickleball and pick sports, but now he's here to tell you about how you can boost your analytics up with Sharps AI. It is Satish Kadakula. Welcome to the show, Satish. How you doing, son?
I'm doing great, man. How are you guys doing?
Nick's I'm representing tip-off last night, man.
It's NBA's back tonight, by the way. Preview of hopefully a potential Eastern Conference Finals matchup between the Cavs and the Knicks.
Yeah,
We'll
that's right.
Who you like?
I think the Knicks are down 2 players today, so I think the Cavs are going to come out. The Mitchell's hurt and Hart, so It's going to be interesting, but it's going to be a long season. If we can stay healthy, we have a good shot to hopefully get to the finals. I've been waiting for a long time.
All right, amigo. Well, I mean, I see your background there. So one thing, I guess we gotta be transparent with the people. Okay. Satish is a great guy, but we all have flaws. We know that. All right. In New York sports, it's Satish's flaw. Okay. It's my flaw. I live with it. Okay. It's something that I live with here. But I've found good support groups and good support systems like Satish to kind of help me live with it. And now with this, he's seen the struggles that we've gone through. And he's like, hey, man, I got something for us. It's called Sharps AI. Tell me all about it.
Absolutely. Well, my business partner and I, IV, I've known him since high school, and we went to college together. And I did electrical engineering. He did computer science, but we were big sports guys. And we would bet a lot. And IV would actually bet a lot more than I did. And if you think about betting back in the days before Twitter and Facebook and just getting data, we would find interesting ways to really reduce the noise and really try to figure out, okay, I'm going to listen to sports radio for the Giants.
Remove the emotions, right?
Remove the emotions. Let's listen to people through Sirius XM at the time and figure out who's really breaking it down and then use that. But then trying to get all that takes a lot of time and effort. Well, fast forward, think about OpenAI when they came out. Everyone's on ChatGPT. So what we decided was last year, we started building a machine learning algorithm to predict NFL games, okay? And in that, what we would do is we would basically look at matchups of every single player and build a pregame player box score, and then come up with our statistical output of how much that team's going to score. Then we also would look at all of the media out in the world, like the Bleacher Reports, the Roto Wires, the Fantasy Pros, and scan those articles and then come up with what we think, how is that going to impact a player? And we call that media intelligence. So we took that plus the statistical to come up with what we considered the Sharps AI matchup lineup.
So
go ahead.
Sorry.
In that process, we also create our own casino line, because the casino line, Vegas does a great job of tricking you. I mean, I'm
right. I mean, those buildings keep getting built.
Charged, right? And so we create our own casino line. So now when you place a bet, we're giving you our own casino line. And
how does that work?
Well, we tested this out. So we literally tested out the NFL, and we ran out of games after the playoffs, and we were getting as high as 65% accuracy against the spread. So then after the Super Bowl was done, when I met with IV, I was like, let's do the NBA, because the NBA is very challenging. Even tonight, right? You asked me who's going to win. I don't even know who's playing yet. I have to wait.
Right, we don't even know who's going out for the morning shoot around still.
Exactly. So. Load management, right? So we were able to do the NBA. And so real time, we'll know the lineups ahead of time. And then, substitutions, we automate all of that and we come up with our prediction. And so we were getting good at the NBA as high as 70% during the playoffs. In fact, my development team was laughing at me.
Satish, that's kind of unheard of though, right?
I know. I
know.
And that's why I'm excited. This is what's great, because we want to give sports bettors, whether you're an avid sports bettor or you're a fantasy, you're just playing for fun, fantasy sports. We want to give people better information to utilize for themselves. And then it's up to you how you want to utilize it.
Right.
Yeah. And so that's what we're all about, being transparent and giving you the edge to make smarter bets.
Yeah. Satish, talk about that part, because I think it's just so amazing right now, just with everything with technology.
I'm messing with your site right now, dude. I'm sorry. So I'm looking at all the analytics. Do you mind if I pull up some of the stuff on your site to show the crew?
Absolutely. Because we're very transparent. We'll show our predictions.
Yeah.
We'll show the casino line. We'll show what the actual game was, what the score is, the over-under. We are very transparent. In fact, if you go to some of the games in the previous weeks, especially for the NFL, you can see we nailed some of these. And we're getting smarter. And that's the other thing, guys. Our system is getting smarter week by week.
The more data you get, the more data it feeds.
It's like feeding an empty stomach. That's what we're all about. And so what's pretty cool is some of the data sources that we're sourcing, we're finding out which writers are really good and which ones are just kind of full of it. And so that's helping us get smarter. And you start to find out some interesting beat writers that really know their stuff.
Yeah, and I think that thesharps.ai is the website right there. But I was looking at the website this morning, and I saw where there was a quote on there, I think from one of your customers, to where it's like, it's the way that a lot of us bet on games, to where it's like, I bet on games based on how many beers I drank that day. And that's where now there's so much data that's out there. You can go in there and break these things down head to head, man. Kind of talk about that part, man. This is an endless thing that you guys are doing, compiling that data.
And let me piggyback off of that real quick too, right? So most of these other companies, right, they scrape. And those of you guys that don't know what scraping is, they go off of other people's websites, and they just take the CSVs, and they literally take a tool and they just scrape their data, pull their data off of it, and they put it into their own CSV and kind of export that and kind of shit out a whole bunch of information to try and create an algorithm. What are you guys doing that differentiates yourself from all the other people that are doing the same type of bullshit?
Great question. So there are feeds that we're leveraging, but what we do is we take those data feeds and we create our own structured data. So what's happening is a lot of the other sites, they're not even doing that part of the process. And as a result, they're working with the wrong information. So we have become literally a data as a service, where we will take what's out in the web, structure it in a manner where we can feed our machine learning system. And because we're using proper data that's properly synthesized, and this goes to the background of collectively me and my partner IB, he's a data analyst. So like, we know how to do that. So now we're working off good information. Let's feed the machine learning, and that's how we're getting these things.
Love it, man. Love it. What's been your biggest success so far? And I'm trying, as I pull this up, I'm going to show some of your matchups from the Titans game. Is that what you had? Which game would you like me to preview here?
You know what? Preview last week's, as much as I hate this team, preview the Cowboys Commanders. That's a good game.
I hope you mean Washington. I hope you mean you hate Washington.
Hey, I'm a Giants fan. We're in trouble, so we'll see. But
nah, man, for those of you guys that don't know, for Halloween, Satish and I are going as Jackson Dart and Cam Scatterbo.
Exactly.
So, nice.
Exactly. To answer your question, though, where we've been successful the most, we ran out of runway with the NFL last year. We started it this year about a couple weeks ago. It's free for anyone that just literally sets up an account to go in and play around with it. NBA last year, I thought we did great because there's so many games, there's so much information. And here's the best part. We did the MLB. Right now, we also did MLB, and we have some of our predictions for the playoffs. We did predict correctly a lot of the games, including the Game 7 of the Blue Jays Mariners. And we'll do the World Series as well. And so what's exciting is think of it as a dynamic platform for all these sports. And we're able to do that because of how we structure the NFL, and we learn from that. And now our goal is to be able to do this for any sport, Premier League soccer, rugby, NASCAR, you name it. And that's what our goal is. College sports next year, really excited to do college football and college basketball.
Dude, I love the UI. Everything is clean on here. It's super sleek, man. It's very appealing to the eyes as well. And it's easily findable, man. It's easily accessible for the user too. It's very user friendly. I love it.
Thanks, man. This is taking collectively our background of technology and applying it to what like a lot of these betting sites, there's always clunky and ads, and it just, because there's so much information, we want to make sure that we can differentiate ourselves with such a clean user interface. And so here's an example. Last week, what was it? Cowboys, Commanders, the final score is 44-22. Look at our Sharps AI casino line. We had that at -19 for the Cowboys, which is unheard of, right? You never see a casino line, more than probably -13. And that's like, if it's like back in the day when the Jaguars were playing the Colts.
Right.
You rarely see that, right? So we said -19. And then we have this on the right-hand side is the public sentiment. What is the public thing? The public thought the Cowboys were going to
the sharp money coming in.
And that's where so the beauty is this line is going to change in real time. So if you go to our site today and look at a game for maybe the Thursday night game tomorrow, well, that line's probably going to change because we're collecting more data and assets and articles, and we're finding out lineup stuff. And so typically, right, we always try to place our bets or do something close as kickoff as possible. And that's what it's all about. And that's the beauty of how dynamic our system is.
And that's why NBA and NHL is so hard too, right? Because you got to wait for morning skates, morning shoot-arounds, get that information, and you got to, implement that into the system too. And then they got to shit you out another code, right? So
Exactly. And then MLB, we only know normally the pitchers, but we don't know the actual starting lineup till about an hour and a half before opening pitch.
Right. And I assume like for Major League Baseball, you're already, accounting for pitcher versus batter stats and
we do all that. And especially now we know like how many pitchers, certain pitchers maybe go 50 pitches, 60 pitches. And so we take all of that and we normalize all that data. In fact, we're building our own. The way we come up with this output is there's a play-by-play tab right there. We're coming up and trying to simulate games, and that's how we're coming up with our predictions. So we're literally doing a play-by-play of, okay, there's a kickoff, how much you return for, all of those type of components.
Oh, I see the code. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's going to look like code right now because nothing's been put in there just yet. But
exactly.
Yeah, dude. I'm loving it, Satish. Usually I give you shit, right? But yeah, I'm on board with you, amigo. Thelma and Louise, take my hand. Let's jump off the cliff together, buddy. Let's go.
Let's go. The only danger is like I remember during the NBA playoffs last year, the team was laughing because it was predicting the Pacers to beat my Knicks, and I was like, "Are you sure this is right?" But if I take the emotion out of it, the Knicks are 6 deep, right? There's no bench, and then the Pacers are 9 deep. So that depth actually ended up helping them. And in fact, we actually had the Pacers winning Game 7. It was trending OKC, then it went to Pacers. If Halliburton doesn't get hurt, everyone knows probably Pacers are winning that game and the championship, right?
Yeah.
So, but that's how great and dynamic our system is. So, if you're a sports bettor that you already have your own method, that's great. This is just a way to have basically a platform to get all this information and apply it to what you want to do.
More information is not a bad thing, especially when you're trying to minimize or I guess reduce the marginal of error, right? The margin of error that you're trying to do, because nothing's a guarantee in this, right? You're just trying to reduce the error that you can have so that you can make your, I guess, the most informal, or I guess the most informed bet that you can have, I would say.
Exactly. And if you go to box score and players, that's where we break down the players.
Yep.
We break down, okay, like FanDuel. Okay, yesterday I forgot FanDuel had Luka, I think at 35.5. Our system would probably predict 40 because LeBron's not there. So now you can do some of your daily fantasy bets as well. And so we're predicting literally, okay, what's the over-under? And then if you click on it, it'll show the articles associated with that player and why those matchups work and why that player might get what we consider boosting or deboosting.
Where I looked for you guys on Twitter. Are you guys on Twitter with Sharps AI? I can't find you.
We're not on Twitter, not that I know of. We're on Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok because I'm a big
TikTok, oh, you got to be on TikTok these days. You can't connect with the youth unless you're on TikTok, man. Good marketing strategist right there.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Satish, talk about the intro subscription, man, because for the money and with the information that you're going to be getting right here when you hit the website and sign up for free, by the way, kind of talk about that, man. That is a value if you haven't taken advantage of that at the sharps.ai.
It's sharpsai.com. And what we're doing is for our what we consider early bird, kind of like what NFL Sunday Ticket did when you get it for a couple of weeks free. We'll give a discounted rate. Probably like our goal is we want to give access to all 3 sports, right?
Sure.
And so with that said, probably looking at an early bird special of $39.99 a month, and maybe we just do it for 5 months of a flat rate. But the goal is right now we're trying to get as many subscribers to give us feedback on the product, and tell us what they like, what they don't, and it's going to be a reasonably priced. It's not $9.99, but it's a premium service. We are
sure. Well, yeah, if it's a premium, you're going to pay premium prices for premium stuff.
Exactly, and so that's what we are all about. And also, what's been interesting is we've been talking to the NBA and NFL because they have their own analytics team. NBA teams have their own analytics, and we've talked about how we can enhance what they already have. So there will be a model where people can potentially leverage our data for their own stuff. But right now we're trying to build a great subset of subscribers that are hardcore bettors and or fantasy sports enthusiasts that just are tired of losing and can hopefully leverage our stuff and make better predictions and, give us some kudos.
Bro, I love it, man. And you know me, I very rarely, I'm a friend of yours. Like I'm supposed to be hard on you. I'm supposed to be critical, right? I'm supposed to give you shit when I'm supposed to give you shit. You're on to something, amigo.
Well, I appreciate it, man. I mean,
I love it, man. I looked a little bit at it last night before I went to bed, and I was just like, you know what? He's either full of shit or he is hiring someone to do all of his work for him. And my guy, I'm very proud of you. Very proud.
Well, I appreciate it, man. This is honestly a culmination of my business partner and I, all of our background in tech, and just applying it to what we love, sports.
Yeah. How long did you take to kind of engineer this thing?
I mean, it's been a couple of years. It's not.
I remember you talking about it, but it finally. You know, everybody when we're having beers with you, it's just like, all right, here's Satish is talking shit again. So, but yeah, man, here it is. Here it is. Way to go, dude.
It's awesome, man.
Well, I appreciate it. And the NBA, I love the fact that we have the NBA started. So we're gonna probably have that live hopefully next week.
Right on. So, and I guess let's talk about the future, right? So here now, we've already seen MLB and football, which is the money driver, right? You think you'll be able to flirt and get into a little bit of the college landscape with football, maybe next season, and then who knows? Maybe with growth, usually you got to grow your fan base out too. Would possibly get across the pond and see a little bit of soccer.
Absolutely, that's the goal. Any sport that has data, we're all for that. Even rugby. I mean, there's so much opportunity, and I think for us, you gotta walk first. Kind of take your
crawl,
time,
walk, run, absolutely.
And I think what we've gone through one season of every single major sport here in the U.S. Let's now get college sports. I'm excited for. We're gonna do that. NHL, people have been asking for that, and so the goal right now is we want to grow a great fan base and continue to provide amazing analytics and products that people can utilize to make educated bets. And
I love it, brother. Any last save rounds before we get you out of here?
Nothing. I appreciate you guys having me on. Go to sharpsai.com. And anyone that signs up, feel free to give me feedback personally. I take pride in listening to what the consumers have to say, and that's part of the process. So, if there's certain things that you think we should do from a roadmap perspective, we are all for that. And so have fun. We will be generating the game for tomorrow's Thursday night game has already started. Log in tomorrow, and then the weekend on Sunday, first thing in the morning, Sunday morning, take a look and see how we do. And we're very transparent, and hopefully this will help you.
Nice. Love it, brother. Hey, you go to sharpsai.com to check out their website. Also go to them on social media to see all of their projects that they've done. It's on full display. They've mentioned transparency time and time again in this interview. Love it, Satish. Where are you at on your personal for Twitter and InstaFace, just so the guys know that they can follow you there too?
Yeah, my personal is at Satish K 1979. And then for Instagram, it's Satish Codes, Kods.
Boom. There it is. It's all deadly, brother. It is all deadly. Hey, man, thanks for your time this morning. We appreciate it, bro.
Thank you, guys. You guys have a good day. Appreciate it.
Take care, man.
Be well, man. There he goes, dude. How about that?
It really is all about data driven. I mean, the whole thing is because if you fly by the seat of your pants and kind of go with your gut and all this,
which we do, and you are Miss Dr. Ronnie over there with the emotions. You need to remove your emotions out of this shit.
Well, and it's like one of the first things that I realized, Wags, when it's like, if I'm going to do something, if I'm going to put any money on anything, I'm not going to put it on anything that's close to my heart, because that's where that part's going to.
Dude, I don't bet on the Giants. That's the sole point on why I don't bet on the Giants. Right?
Yeah, don't bet on the home team.
The damn way. And Satish is the same damn. I feel like this resides with a lot of New York sports goers, but technically it's everybody, right? It's the intimacy that you feel for your hometown. It gets or your home club. It gets in the way. It just does. You want to wish them better. You want to wish them on to get better. This is the type of stuff that cuts that bullshit out, that allows you to get the green in your pocket.
Yeah, and this is what you need right here, because you can pick a game, you can pick a series, whatever it's going to be, and you just go off of the driven data, like what you guys were looking at right there with the Commanders and the Cowboys. I mean, because I did not expect that result in that game, but when you go back and you look at what they pulled up right there, it's like that made total freaking sense what they were doing right there. And so then when you talk about like the public perception of it, it's like, okay, there's me right there.
Right. So I saw the logo for MLS, but I didn't see Premier League. down here until just now. But they got NASCAR on here too, Double R.
Yeah, I saw that. And that's where NASCAR's intriguing.
Cricket? Am I seeing cricket?
NASCAR's intriguing because it's like I've had people ask me about like betting on Formula One, and it's like, look, you can't really take a flyer on Formula One because you don't have flyers that ever hit in Formula One. NASCAR, you do. I mean, from time to time, you do have that. So, and there's a lot of NASCAR data, Wags. It's unbelievable. The stuff
I love it,
out
man.
there. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah,
absolutely. So make sure you guys check out sharpsai.com if you guys are into that type of thing, and then hit Satish up on the socials as well. Where you want to go next, partner? We got anything to close out the show?
We've got Hit AV Consultations. We talked
yes,
about Tom.
We do.
But, how about some avconsultations.com, 255-8678 if you are looking for your home theater.
Field goal, end zone, interception.
What's up, kid?
Just trying to write a new commercial for audiovisual consultations. You know, football season is about to start.
Okay, so what have you got so far?
Roses are red, violets are blue, football is awesome, our installations are too.
Yeah, I don't think you're getting what I want.
Okay, how about my football lies over the ocean?
Boy.
Yeah, I guess I just don't really understand this sport. Like, think about hockey, a sport played by real men. Fights, no TV timeouts, and no flopping.
Yeah, that's why Audiovisual installs systems so that every customer feels like they're right there on the field.
People's love for football might be hard to understand, but AVC can tackle any residential or home improvement to get you ready for the big game.
Now you're getting it.
Ready for the halftime show?
What?
Hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
Just call us at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678.
That's right, avconsultations.com. Wags, a little bit of Texas Longhorn news, and I'm sure we'll get more information as we get closer to game day. But Michael Taaffe out for at least this week and possibly Vandy as well, I think, with a thumb injury that he underwent surgery on yesterday.
Had to have surgery on it, yeah.
Oh, man, that's obviously everything that he does right there for that defense. But, man, you want to talk about an emotional leader for that football team, not just the defense. I mean, that's a guy that was telling people you need to be more excited after the
right.
win.
And not big. Just that, too. Like, we talk about his emotional leadership as well. And, of course, you know, his vocal presence. He's very boisterous. But also, I think what gets left out of the conversation with Taaffe is, like, no matter where or what he's got going on in the game, it just seems like no matter what his assignment is, it just seems like he's always around the ball, right? He's just got a nose for the damn ball, right? Ball hawks exist for a reason, right? Taaffe is one of them. Doesn't shy away from hitting anyone at all. Will come up and meet you on the line of scrimmage and deliver the blow, right? Absolutely what you need or what you want in a safety. It's going to be suck it with all. I mean, there's just no other way to sugarcoat this. It's going to suck without him, but it allows some opportunity for some underclassmen to get in there and get some reps, right? And ultimately, like, let's kind of, I guess, look at it with optimistic lens here. It's Mississippi State. Okay.
Did you watch the game last week?
Yeah, dude, I did. I've been watching all season long, right? But I'm trying to find some silver lining, and I'm trying to find some optimism going in, right? I believe in positive leadership, right? And Semper Fidelis, always faithful, right? Like, hey, we're gonna get this, regardless of what we're going through, we're gonna come out victorious, right? Like, just always having that positive mental mindset. Okay, and usually if you do that, you can get you through anything, right? That with the collection of your mates. But ultimately, like, if you just walk around with a piss poor attitude, hanging your head down, man, it doesn't really equate into win. So I'm all about the positivity, sure. But yeah, man, I don't know. It's going to be brutal. It's brutal to not have one of your senior leaders in there. But yeah, if you're gonna miss any game, sure, miss Mississippi State. Okay, be optimistic. And then come back and get ready for Vandy. All right. If you need to miss, God, that's just it. Don't do any practice next week either. Rest up, let those stitches heal, and let's get the sutures out and ready for Vanderbilt.
I will say that again, I think that Michael Taaffe is one of the least guys that you want to lose in any form on this football team for a week or two or whatever it's going to be. But the fact that you're going to Williams to Derek Williams Jr. that's a guy that has been on the field.
Yeah, he's been on the 40. You're good.
Yeah.
I think so, I think we're in good hands. All right, I think we're okay.
So
okay,
I think so too.
But look, here's the thing too. What Jake says, right? Like,
he's going to play,
especially with how the season is going right now. One more loss and we're done, right? Like sure, like you can sit here and say you might have a prayer with 3 losses. You won't. You have another loss. This playoffs are done. Playoffs are over. Okay, so you lose to Vandy. You're probably going to lose to A&M. If you lose to Vandy, I don't see how you're going to be able to stand up against A&M. I just don't. Or maybe those emotions get to you. You know what I mean? Kind of like what they did with Oklahoma. Hopefully that wasn't an anomaly. Hopefully we can build off of that. But like everything, man, there's peaks and valleys. And I don't want to go back to, beating down the damn dog or whatever. But, yeah, 16-13. Let's kind of keep that in mind.
Well, and the good thing is he's traveling with the team, because I do think that a lot of the emotional and the vocal part of what he brings to the squad as a whole is something that's invaluable. So having him around, I think, is going to be super important. And I was actually I did a little podcast hit, I think, on Tuesday night with some friends of mine over in Alabama. We were talking about the Texas football team, and they're like, do you think that Mississippi State is a trap game? I'm like, dude, everything's a trap game right now. Are you kidding me? It's like
that's what it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, it really does. So that's going to be tough to overcome. But this is where you hope that the offense rises to the occasion. That playbook, offensive playbook, is shortened up, and you come out and you just take care of business. But that's a lot to ask. But we'll get a lot more information that'll be coming out tonight as we head for the 3:15 contest, Mississippi State.
How are you? I mean, and I know we'll break down Mississippi State a little bit more tomorrow, but how are you feeling just from a bird's eye view going into this game, right? I mean, and I mentioned peaks and valleys, okay? And usually that's how it happens along. Well, you'd love to see 45-10, 35-0. 28-14 here and there, right? But it hasn't been that way for the Longhorns this season, right? It's everything has had to come earned, essentially.
Yeah.
How do you feel just from a bird's eye view going into this Saturday?
I've really taken the mindset here, and I said this on post game on Saturday night, to where I am just win. I don't care if it's 7-6. I don't care if it's 35
in advance.
Nothing. Just win.
Just survive in advance and address the short-term goals or the short-term problems that you have week in and week out.
Yeah.
Right. Because I mean, ultimately, you're not going to be able to plug and play with the line. Is that what we're talking about here?
Yeah, fix what you can. Deal with the cards that you're dealt right now, because this is what you have for the rest of the way. And again, you and I have talked about this. I heard something I saw in different chat rooms. CJ Baxter practice, great. I'm not honing anything on that, because look, I love the guy, but you just can't count on that as something that's going to beat A&M, Arkansas, Vandy,
right, for sure, 100%.
Georgia.
Yeah. So here's the thing that gives me a little bit of concern, gives me some pause, right? And again, I don't think I'm breaking news here, right? But the fact that we struggle to run the ball time and week in and week out, and we're still, it seems like Sark is working on things, right? Like you're trying to figure things out. That portion of football, that era of football this season should already be in the bag. That chapter should be closed. We should already know what we have, right?
Yeah.
We should be going off of what we know works best, right? And building off of that, not trying to figure out things. And I understand with the battle of attrition, you're going to have to do makeshift stuff and plug and play to see if personnel works. I understand that wholeheartedly. Okay.
Yeah.
But in the mid-season, you shouldn't be trying to figure out what plays work. Right.
Yeah.
Like you should have your, I don't want to call it a script, but it is a script, but you should have your go-to plays, regardless of if the opposition knows that you're going to run that or not, because of the set that you're coming out of. The execution is so good that you're going to lean on those plays because it can get you 4 yards.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
We don't have that.
What?
And you can't have winning football in crucial moments like that, Double R.
When you get to this point of the season with the biggest games ahead of you, tweaking offense or defense is something that happens at every level of football.
Tweaks.
Corner to the NFL. Tweaks. Revamping, dumbing down. I mean, unless you're, if you're in a backup quarterback situation where you got to dumb everything down. Yes, I totally get that. But where you haven't been consistent and nothing has worked in week 7 or 8, that's not a good thing.
Not a good sign. Not a good sign. You know what is a good sign? That's a good sign right there. That's a good sign.
That guy right there.
What's up, E? How are you, sir?
Oh, man. What is going on, fellas? Jordan, dealing with a little bit of an issue with the dogs.
That my nipples just got hard when you came on?
You know what, Wags? I appreciate that.
I mean, there's something about you, Mama.
Here's the thing, all right?
Buddy.
I want to cover a couple things with you. I want to cover a couple things with you real quick. Like I mentioned, Jordan, quick issue with the dog, so we'll be on in a moment. One, Wags, you were not privy to this. Double R was. The last time I was on the illustrious Texas Sports Unfiltered, I was doing the show from hotel bathroom. Do you know this?
Pooper.
I heard. The myth, it's out. The folklore's out there already.
I'm sure BK already clipped it. It's already a thing. Good morning, Rob. Super quick Cliff Notes story on that, Wags. My girlfriend, my girlfriend's from Indiana. Okay, she's from the suburbs of Indianapolis. They grew up with horses, the whole nine, on a farm. So my girlfriend's mom has been barrel racing for the better part of 40 years. So there was a barrel racing competition that anyone can pay X amount of money to enter, and you win decent money, right? It's big business, right? Horses, whatnot. But it was 5.5 hours outside of Austin in a place called Uncertain, Texas.
Is that the real name?
You Google it right now. Uncertain, Texas is where we stayed. The actual event took place in Karnak. So anyhow, Wags,
it's real.
It's real. My girlfriend's like, oh, let's do the Airbnb. Let's do a cute little Airbnb. She has a houseboat. Okay, a houseboat. The thing is this small. There's an upstairs room, not even a room, a bed that you have to climb up a ladder.
A loft.
Climb up a ladder where there's a trap door, where there's a sign that says, please shut the trap door at night because you can fall through this.
Don't be staggering around your ass.
I'm pretty sure they made a movie about this. Didn't Get Out or something?
Get Out. Yes.
Get Out.
Yes. We very quickly realized we can't stay in this houseboat, right? So I used my Marriott points that I've accumulated covering the Texas Longhorns all over the country, football, basketball, and baseball. Use that to get a hotel room in Longview, Texas. This is actually its area. It's outside of Longview. And my girlfriend, she works remotely, so she had taken the room, and then it's like, oh crap, I need to find a spot. And literally, I just hop in the bathroom. So that.
You sound waves all off the wall.
That was, man. And like I told E that day, I said that is literally the day the Lone Star Playbook went to the shitter. Literally. Eric, I got to ask you. So with the barrel racing, have you been to one of those events?
Badass. It's a rodeo, right?
Yeah. Yeah, but
I am from Tampa, Florida, and went to college in Orlando and then worked in Miami before coming here. Never in my life have I been to a barrel racing competition. Dude, but it was cool. It was cool.
Unbelievable. Yeah.
Listen, on a serious note, like the youngest competitor was 8 years old.
Yep.
The oldest was 83.
Yep.
Do they have equipment on or anything? Like a helmet or anything?
Some people, like my girlfriend's mom had a head injury from falling off a horse, so she chooses to wear a helmet, but it's optional. You can wear a helmet, you can not. Right. And the 8-year-old,
I'm sure, like you don't want to disrespect the sport or whatever by wearing a helmet or you want to do it natural. I'm sure,
right. But listen, like Double R said,
that's crazy, man.
Like Double R said, it is badass. Like 17, 18 seconds doing the three. Yeah. The three, it is incredible to watch in person. So it was an experience.
It's very yeah, Eric, because I did a Bulls, Bands, and Barrels event for work at Cowtown Coliseum, and the thing is, I got to meet a lot of the barrel racers. We did some photo ops and different stuff for work, and their relationship with the animal, with the horse. That's what it's all about, because they have got to be on the same wave, man.
Yes.
It's
Well, see, that's
crazy.
just I heard equine therapy is big too. Like everybody, gets around horses just to try and, get your spirits up or whatever. I've never been on a horse, man. I don't think I'm ever gonna be on a horse. So like Eric, I too am from the East Coast. All right. Not too many horses I've been around. So.
Fellas, I did want to jump in real quick. You guys were talking about the concern heading into Mississippi State. Sure. Yep. I'll kind of share my 2 cents here, and I'll get into some of this with Jordan. One, I haven't mentioned this here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. I know I mentioned on our flagship podcast. I have relationships with people on Mississippi State staff. One of their assistants or analysts of the head coach, Mike McIntyre, former Colorado head coach. I covered him at FIU. He was the head coach before I covered Texas. So I covered him, as well as Corey Bell, their cornerbacks coach. I won't get into some of those conversations, but just put you this way. There's a lot of confidence coming from the Mississippi State side of things, specifically because, and I don't know how much you guys dove into this. One, that's a really improved defense from last year to this. Last year, they were giving up. They give up, on average, over 450 yards. They've cut that by about 105 yards this year. The secondary, guys, that's the strength of that team. And we all know what Texas is coming off of in Kentucky, not being able to throw the football. Give you a name to keep an eye on. Kelly Jones, guys, 6'4.5" corner. Physical, ready to get physical. Ryan Wingo and Parker Livingstone. So from that aspect, this matchup concerns you. And I know you guys talked about it. Michael Taaffe being out, Cole Hudson being out. You got your communicators on both sides of the ball. Or I should say Cole's out. Let me rephrase that. He was out last week. We'll see what the injury report says tonight, right? But guys, this is very much what I can't remember if it was Wags. If you were saying it, I think it was you, Wags. Survive in advance.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that's kind of how it feels like. Right?
Win.
This is where win. This is not the type of week where you can say, "Oh, we need to win 30-10 and get the mojo back." No, get out of Starkville. I did the research, and I don't know how much you guys have dove into this over the past few weeks. This 41-day stretch without a home game, it's unprecedented. Nowhere in Steve Sarkisian's college career, has he coached 3 straight road games. Only in the NFL, his first year with Atlanta, they had 3 straight road games, went to the Jets, New England, and Carolina. And I believe the stretch between the Jets and New England, they stayed on the East Coast, right? They didn't have to travel back to Atlanta.
Right.
It's not like college where you got to get these kids back to Austin because they have to go to school. They have to, right? So
and you and I, like all of us know, like just traveling downtown to Austin every day is dragging, right? Like imagine going cross country, week in and week out. So
on the plane each time. So that's why I say I'm with you. It is just those cowbells are going to ring. We've been told we will not get the sound of the cowbells out of our ears until Monday or Tuesday. All right. Survive in advance. That has to be what it is for Texas.
That's what it's all about. And Eric, we talk a lot about the expectations for Arch coming in this season. And it's like, well, he wasn't doing what he did last year. We hear all of that conversation. If you remember this game, Arch started this game, and this was a 14-6 halftime score in this. So, and with that improved defense and with shaping over on the offense, this is not something you can overlook, and you cannot take this lightly, especially with what you just did last week.
Yeah, seven returning from defense last year. They built off of that. You mentioned their strength is their secondary here. With that, what do you expect Sark and Flood to kind of have with the plan of attack moving forward? They mentioned ground and pound. They almost vomited out week in and week out, but we don't see it, right? Or we see it for maybe the first series and then they abandon it, right? and then it's just like, okay, here we go. Let's get 30 yards of chunk plays down the field through the air, right? Instead of getting your athletes in space and allowing the defense to make a mistake in a one-on-one situation and then get 10 or 15 yards off of that. Will we see Sark be true to his word and come out and try to establish the run? And I get it. It's hard to when you don't have good offensive play up front with your line. I understand that, right? And you're trying to extend the run just off of quick screens and trying to get to the edge when you don't have speed to get to the edge or blocking to get out there, right? How do you solve this? I guess there's so many problems. Where do you go?
Yeah, I'll quickly answer in terms of do I expect them to try and establish the run, and then also how do you solve it? Yes, I expect them to establish the run because if there's one weakness of Mississippi State's defense, it's the 94th ranked run defense in the nation. For those who don't know, their defensive front is a 3-4/3-3-5, right? So you're going to have some room if you can establish a line of scrimmage, Wax.
But let's remember UTEP real quick with their 3-down linemen.
Correct. So that was issues, right? If you can establish a line of scrimmage, you're going to have some opportunities against the run. So, yeah, they have no choice. How do you fix it? The question I asked Steve Sarkisian is the question I've been wanting to ask him for a while. I asked him on Monday was this. The issues when this offense is at its worst this year, it has been at its worst.
Yep.
The issues that they're having, do you see those as short-term fixes that can be solved during the week, or are they longer-term issues that you may have to solve over the offseason?
Yeah.
And, of course, Steve, he can't come out and say they're long-term issues flat out because then it's like, all right, guys, all hope out the window.
We played a little bit of that question, and and the guys made a good point to it. He started doing word salad, right? Does that give you concern?
When you know Steve's a smart guy, and Steve does a lot of prep before he gets in front of a mic.
Sure, he probably knows the questions that are coming, right?
I don't think he knows, but he has an idea. Like, put you this way: Monday, he knew everything was going to be offensive related. That answer about not giving up the play calling duties, he had that rehearsed in his head. So,
of course,
for sure.
Yeah.
Whenever you kind of know you got Steve, and I don't mean got your question. I just mean like
right, but just a genuine unrehearsed answer.
The word salad is when it comes, right?
Yeah.
So yes, the short-term fixes, as he said, are to try to scale down some of what isn't working and emphasize what is. I understand that, but this is what I think most fans, we're here in the great state of Texas. You got a lot of educated football fans. I'm not speaking to a general audience. I think most fans know this. You can only prep so many plays per week, right? This isn't Madden. You don't have the entire playbook at your disposal on Saturday, right? Like you got
a script, and then you got an alternate.
You got to scale it down, and then you got to go what you worked with during the week. So you better hope like hell that what you've worked on during the week and you're carrying into Davis Wade Stadium, that 50% of that is good enough to where, okay, we're going to throw X, Y, and Z play out the window, and then we're focus on this. And any offensive coordinator, if you have a conversation with them off the record, they'll tell you this. Come third quarter, come fourth quarter, when you've seen plays so many times, you only got so much to run anyhow, right? Because the defense is
you're going with what you know and what you feel confident of.
Exactly. What do you feel you can execute best? So I know it's kind of a long, windy answer to what you said, to what your question is, but A, I expect them to establish the run because that's the weakness of Mississippi State's defense, and B, the solve is going to be them trying to best identify what is working for them. And then Steve also kind of admitted in his answer, we will have to go and look at maybe some scheme things from other, teams. And the one thing he didn't want to say, we're going to have to infuse talent, i.e. offensive line, i.e. some guys who can work in space. You have to.
I really think, and feel free to tell me if you think I'm full of shit right here, but I know when we talked about the move with Michael Terry going to the backfield, I really like that move. I saw that dude in high school. I saw that dude do a lot of different things there at Alamo Heights, and that was maybe projected as something we're down the road. Well, down the road is right now. You can't, like we said, win at all costs. I really think that's a dude that can maybe you implement him and can give you a little bit of spark maybe. That can kind of, pep up this offense a little bit, just to add a tweak that we keep talking about. Your thoughts on Terry, man? I think that's a guy where use him now. Don't wait.
No, it's all hands on.
If we wait, we're going to be we will be at Christmas, right?
You got to do it.
Watching.
It's all hands on deck. I reported this, guys. I had someone reach out to me, someone now the situation reach out to me yesterday and say that they are trying to implement a Wildcat package for Michael Terry. Right.
Nice.
Not saying that necessarily we'll see it on Saturday. I think it's more so, hey, we've got this guy in the offense and we've got to try to find ways to get the ball. I don't have assurances that you'll see it this weekend, but that they are working on it. And I'm sure they're going to have multiple people that they use within that Wildcat. Go ahead, Wax.
I kind of brought this up yesterday with Jordan too, right? And just trying
to
get.
I got to pop. I got something
later, Rodney. Be good, brother.
Right,
thanks
guys.
for the conversation. I kind of brought this up with Jordan yesterday too, right? With just trying to establish like a package for Ryan Niblett to try and get him more involved, right? How we worked Silas Bolden last season and just got it. And even though like he he only had like 27, maybe 30 carries. I think it was 27 to be actual. He only had like 27 carries last season, but still him being on the field because of his speed drew a lot of attention and had the defense to kind of put eyes on him, or at least keep one man. They couldn't stack and double up on Wingo or double up on Bond because they had so much other speed that they had to kind of honor, right? You put a package out there with Niblet and maybe a package with Terry out there to be like, hey guys, speed's on the field right now. We have to account for that. Wouldn't you say that kind of opens up a little bit more, gives you some more creases inside the tackles as well? That's just kind of football 101, right?
Not just speed, Wags, shiftiness, right? Parker Livingstone is fast. Ryan Wingo.
Yeah, they got that straight in speed, but they don't have that.
They're straight line fast. Silas Bolden probably ain't running a 40 faster than, and I don't know what Silas's 40 was, ran at Pro Day, I can't remember, but I don't think it'd be faster than a Parker Livingstone. But his short area speed is
he can make three people miss in a small space. That
I think is missing from this offense. I think, let me answer the Ryan Niblet aspect first, and I'll take in a different direction to kind of give you something to chew on, Wags. Yes, I think Ryan, universally, before the season, if you asked every player on the team, who are the top three fastest players in terms of speed and shiftiness, Ryan Niblet's name would come up. So I do think there are ways in the slot, in that Silas Bolden kind of way, in the Quintravian Wisner role, that if you remember against Oklahoma, they were kind of getting him out in space with the screens and things of that nature.
Just to get him on one-on-ones. Yeah.
I think there's room to do that. Now, let me throw this out at you, right? Because I kind of have, not to say playing devil's advocate, but a lot of, people and fans and others have said, why isn't Texas utilizing, the quick game, right? Like some of what you saw with Quinn Ewers, what you saw against Oklahoma, right? The quick game
slant,
passes behind the line of scrimmage, et cetera, et cetera. Here is the thing that I think Steve Sarkisian would say if you asked him in an honest moment, guys. How do you sell it to receivers like Ryan Wingo, like Parker Livingstone, like Jack Endries, et cetera, that we've recruited you to throw the ball downfield? And if you're Ryan Wingo, for example, and you played in an offense with Quinn Ewers, where Quinn, we all know, had a lot of strengths, and I think Texas fans are realizing had a lot more strengths than people realized, but throwing the ball downfield was not one of them. How do we sell to a DeAndre Moore, to a Ryan Wingo? We recruited you to go make plays downfield. We sold you that Arch Manning can be that guy, right? Entering this year that can make plays downfield. And now we're going to ask you to run routes basically behind the line of scrimmage and go make guys miss, right? I'm not saying that, listen, when it is all hands on deck, whatever it takes to get a win, you got to do it. But with that being said, big picture, it's hard to sell to guys who are either on your team or receivers that you're recruiting. Man, they can't,
especially in a era of instant gratification. If I don't get what I want, I'm leaving and I'm going somewhere where I can get it.
I reached out to a former FBS head coach about the situation. And he said to me this, Eric, I can't recruit receivers to play the option offense. Right. And obviously he doesn't literally mean that Texas is run the option. It's that it's akin to the same thing if you're not running routes downfield. So I do think that is a big picture concern that Steve Sarkisian has. But to your point, Wags, in the interim, in the short term, you got to just win. You got to get out of Starkville with a win. Because if you don't, it's
over.
It's like over. Any hope of SEC title and whatnot. I'm probably making another trip back to Florida to the Gator Bowl or Citrus Bowl or Outback Bowl.
If you lose on Saturday, the only saving grace to the season is to beat A&M, and that's probably not happening either. So
that and man, Wags, I have no problem admitting when I was wrong. I did not believe in Diego Pavia. All right, and I got to tell people, listen, I having covered Group of Fives, I covered one of his early starts at New Mexico State, and when they played FIU out in Las Cruces. Okay, just like a guy. But then 6, 7, 8 weeks later, he takes off, wins CUSA Player of the Year, goes to Vandy. I'm like, all right, nice little story. I didn't think he could do it again. I didn't think
in a conference like the SEC,
in a conference like the SEC. And Wags, Vandy's coming into Austin.
All it out.
If you took Vanderbilt and Texas off, just took those names away and just said team A and team B, there's no way in hell you look at Texas right now and say, "Oh man, they're going to be."
With you.
No,
you're preaching to the choir, man. Where do you want to go, dude? I guess I'm going to sit in for Jordan for a little bit. I'm at your mercy, at your ease.
Yeah, well, let me ask you this. Just kind of, we'll do a little more Texas and can take it in a couple different directions. This season, I don't know from a 10,000 foot perspective, maybe a fan perspective, how it feels, but I guess I'm just curious. What would be your feeling around the year if this is a 8-4, 8-5 type season?
Absolute disappointment.
Okay.
Underperformance. And I mean, saying that, right? Like, I understand the succession, what we had to supplement. Offensive line play is atrocious, and it's usually it's going to be very awful, when you're substituting or supplementing an entire unit, right? One of the most important units on a football team. And you've seen it, play to fruition. If you can't block up front, you can't, you really can't get anything established or any type of just continuity going, right? That being said, even though you're finding, your succession plan, like, this is still the brand of football is Texas football, right? Like, we made this comparison to Georgia platoons entire units. Sure. Right. And they don't have this type of setback. They're still beating Cupcakes 45-3, right? When we're struggling to get 25 points. Now, I know we had the 55, the 50 burger against San Jose State, but Eric, if we're talking about that week in Oklahoma, at this point, dude, I'm kind of thinking that those 2 weeks are outliers and they're kind of anomalies, right? Based off of the rest of the, the rest of the, I guess the tape, the game tape, right? Yeah. Like, it's been inconsistent, and a lot of that's with line play. Even now, you're starting to see Colin Simmons come on and being a dog and eat, but that was hard to get out of the gate started early. Like, where was the fire? And it feels to me like a lot of these guys know that they're surrounded by superstars, right? Like high caliber talent, high top tier talent, right? And they're waiting for people to make a play. That's what it feels like sometimes.
So, Wags, I have a saying that I kind of live by. My girlfriend hates it. There's facts and there's feelings. Sure. And they're not always mutually exclusive, and sometimes they overlap. And here's why I reference that with Texas. I think if it felt better, this is what you were hinting at. If you blew out Sam Houston, well, you blew out Sam Houston, but if you blew out UTEP and you didn't have some of the sloppiness against San Jose State, and you took care of business in the way that you would expect against Kentucky, right? But you lose or pick your poison. If you lose to Kentucky or lose to Florida, let's work with the 2 losses we have, right? And you lose to Ohio State, but you beat the teams. Those 5 wins felt better outside of Oklahoma. I think Texas fans would be okay. You know what? We lost a lot of talent to the NFL. At least we're showing that the teams that we're supposed to make look inferior, we have. And maybe this young, or I shouldn't say young, because Steve doesn't like when we say young, inexperienced group of players, maybe they just need to learn how to get over the hump, right? Maybe, okay, you lose to Ohio State, you lose to either Kentucky or Florida. We'll just play with the 2 losses. But then you show signs of growth. You knock off an A&M. You knock off a Georgia. One of those, right? I think you can feel better about an 8-5 or a 9-4 type year. But with how much this offense has regressed, that is the thing that I think is hard to just sit with. And it feels like, damn, is this starting from scratch all over again? Dude, Wags, let me give you 2 numbers. One, Texas is averaging something like 26 points per game. That's 10 points below Steve Sarkisian's average of Texas.
Yeah.
You can almost book over his first 4 years between 34 and 36 points per game. They can never reach that like 40-ish mark, but you could book that, right? That's one. Number 2, if I took away the offensive production from the group of 5 games, Texas is averaging 284 yards of offense against power opponents. They're not that devoid of talent.
Right.
They're not. Especially Kentucky and Florida, right? Those are 2 of the power teams you played who aren't good. It's facts and feelings.
I know. I'm with you, and I think too. You said it right. It's regression, right? Like when you come out and you play Ohio State in week 1 in the horseshoe, they don't get past their 50 all but twice, right? And you're still in that, regardless of how, I guess I'll say inconsistent. I won't say awful, but how inconsistent you played in week 1, you kind of throw it out there. All right, well, it's week 1. That's why, we struggled and we had the inconsistencies on offense, right? But no, and you're going up against the reigning national champions who look like they're in national championship caliber. To our point, right? Like they were able to reload. They sent the whole fucking Maryland sent 13 guys to the draft.
Yeah.
Right? The University of Maryland sent 13 guys to the draft. They started out hot. Now they're stumbling a little bit in midseason, right? But still, like to my point, like teams are able to rebuild. Why can't Texas? Like, why can't Texas be in that scene? And I get it, like, again, replacing an offensive line is completely difficult, understandably so. But this is a team. This is an organization, or I guess a program that's supposed to be able to come in, and within those substitutions, you're supposed to be able to have that success.
Yeah, I have strong feelings around that because I do think the Nick Saban effect has really kind of just changed the way we view college football in the sense of this. You're not supposed to be able to just do it year after year after year for 7-8 years the way Nick Saban did it, where you have the occasional 10-3 season, but outside of that, it's either national title, playing for a national title, or semifinal. Like that is uncommon, right? Somewhere in there, you're supposed to have an 8-5, or
there's gonna be a stumble back, like a setback, right?
And Nick Saban never had it. I think that effect has definitely shaped people to where it's like, well, why can't we do this, right? The flip side of that is this:
how much greatness were we witnessing at that point?
Oh my gosh,
right? I think that's what people need to have that realization with, is like this isn't supposed to happen. Like the Kirby Smart isn't going to be able to reproduce what Nick Saban was doing, right? Like it's just not.
Like, none of these coaches who've left the game will outright say it, but. And I sometimes probably overly lean on my coverage of Group of 5 doing this stuff, but I got a chance to cover one of the better coaches of his era, in Butch Davis. For those who don't know, former Miami head coach.
Yeah.
The 2001 Hurricanes. That team was built by Butch Davis. He didn't coach it; he left for Cleveland, but he recruited the Andre Johnsons, Ed Reeds, Willis McGahees, Edgerrin
14
James.
All-Pro NFL players is what he recruited.
All those guys, Hall of Famers, etc. Butch recruited.
Yeah, 23 went to the NFL. 14 were all pros.
So I tend to lean on him a little bit. When he left, he said to me, Eric, NIL is going to change college football in a way that I am not anti-players getting funding, but it's going to change the sport fundamentally. Where I'm going with that is this. Whether it's Nick Saban, whether it is Jay Wright, Villanova, I'm trying to think of other guys who've left. There's a reason the Rick Pitino's of the world are like, yo, NIL, let's do it. Versus some guys who were just like, it ain't my game anymore. I don't know that Nick Saban would be able to do exactly what he was able to do.
Is that why he got out? Do you think that's why? Do you think that's kind of why he rode out on a high horse?
I don't think he would ever come out and say it. However, I do believe he knew that the standard that he had set and the standard that he lives to, it's just not possible in this era anymore. It just isn't. With the player movement. Wags, you want to know where I was wrong about NIL? I thought, covering Group of 5s, that was going to become the minor leagues, and it has, quite frankly. It's called a spade. It's become JUCO, where guys are trying to go to the next level. I didn't know that Nico, I always mispronounce his last name, right? But a starting quarterback in the SEC would look for a bag and be like, yo, I'm out, right? I didn't think those things would happen. And you're seeing that where Steve Sarkisian loves to talk about his culture and how hard he makes it for guys to leave. He used Ryan Niblett. We talked about Niblett saving the day, that Ryan Niblett came to post-game, said, yeah, I thought about leaving, but then Steve came to me and convinced me, right? We're going to see when the team isn't 12-2 and 13-2, how many guys you can retain. So to that point, that's why I say Nick Saban has changed the game. But in this era, it ain't the same game. Right.
No, you're so right, because it's instant gratification. I kind of spoke a little bit about this earlier. Like, if I'm not getting my reps right now, right, if I even have to wait a half a season, and there might be there's potential of me to play if this guy goes down, I'm out, right? That's the mentality of some of these individuals right now, right? Instead of buying into the team brand, the logo, and the NFL machine, like, all right, if I stay here, sure, my reps won't be on full display, but I'll get a year of just, spotlight on me to where we're just dominating the rest of the talent because we're in the NFL machine, right? That doesn't happen anymore. And I think, to your point, that's exactly why Saban went out. You mentioned standards. The standards he set, he couldn't maintain. No one can maintain because it's not in the system anymore. The machine, Pandora's box, has been opened, and there's no way to shut the damn thing back up.
There's no way to shut it back. And Wags, I'm going to acknowledge some of these comments. Jordan is the host, so I can't throw him up there, but I'm going to acknowledge some of these comments. But I want to make this point real quick just to put a cap on that conversation. The NCAA screwed this thing up so bad when they didn't, Wags, anyone with common sense knew NIL was coming. And they didn't put any sort of guardrails to where this thing can't be consistent free agency. Do you want to know why power players are always saying, hey, if I'm not getting my way for half a season, I'm going to leave? Is because guess what? There's going to be a team that will pay them. There's no salary cap. There's no, you can only do this from this window to this window. Yeah, there's the portal's only open to this time. Right. You know what happens? You know what happens in the NBA, the NFL, if you get caught negotiating with a free agent before the window is open? You lose draft picks. You get fined. There is no structure in college.
That doesn't happen, right?
There's no structure in college where you're going to lose 10 scholarships. I bet you see a lot less tampering if you said, hey, if we find proof, you're going to lose 10 scholarships, or you got to give 5 scholarships to the school of the player you took from. You have a lot more coaches trying that tip line right now than they do for that, right?
Funny you say that. That's a pretty good way to kind of put some we got to do some. We got to reel this thing in some way. I don't know where we go. I don't have the answers, but there's some people out there that can make the answers. I just don't know how to do it.
Acknowledge some of these comments. Rodney 8565. Eric says Eric got a white girl. Yes, of course. I was at a barrel racing competition in Middle East, Texas. That's
doing a rodeo.
Rob says barrel racing is awesome. Usually the best part of the rodeo. Yeah, it was. Listen, as we talked about, it was incredible. So I joked around about the environment, man, but it was incredible to watch, no doubt about that. Soul Scream says,
did you ever feel like, okay, I am out of my fucking environment? Like,
yeah.
At any point, like, where you just like, get me the hell out? Because I would have been saying the same thing within 5 minutes. I would have been, get me the hell out of here, man. Where's the air condition?
Dude, the moment when I was like, man, let me ask you, let's play around with this, Wags, and for our audience.
Go ahead, let's go.
If I say the word, I wish you were in here right now. She's over in her office, her wing of the house. If I said to you, hey, X competition is going to take place in an arena, would you think an enclosed space with air conditioning, or would you think, someplace outside, like the Roman Coliseum, like the arena?
I'm thinking, what's X? Are we going to an esports game? Let's go to esports. I'm thinking air conditioning, man. If we're going inside, I'm thinking air conditioning. I'm going to be comfortable. The sun's not going to be on me. We're not going to be in the roasting Coliseum where the sun's just melting our face. Well, let's go. Comfort.
So dude, you got to remember again, because I guess she's from Indiana. She just has this idea of like this, and it's her sport or thing, whatever. When I hear arena, and probably because of my job, right? If I say I'm going to the stadium, it's outside. If I say I'm going to the arena, it is inside. I felt out of place when I didn't, go there in a 3-piece suit, but I had on, long pants, kind of like a decent shirt, whatever. And everyone's just there in shorts and dingy, clothes. And she's like, Eric, you're overdressed. I'm like, I didn't bring anything to be outside because you said in arena.
So yeah, you should have lost me. You lost me with that one too. So.
There's that for sure. So CB says Eric missed out on the biscuits and gravy wrestling in Starkville. Yeah, Wags, did you? Oh man, if I got Let me see if I can find that. I can't. I forgot. Jordan's the host. I saw an advertisement, right? So Miami, a few weeks back, they were advertising, a couple adult actresses, that were going to be at their pregame tailgate. Starkville.
Which ones? Any of my favorites?
One by the last name of Danger. Are you familiar?
Danger.
She is Abella Danger is her name.
Oh, I know Abella Danger.
Okay, all right,
she's not one of my favorites, but I know who she is.
Okay, yeah. She's there. What's just funny, Wags, is when I say South Florida is not a real place, when you're just walking down the street and you can see, insert adult film actress of your choice, Abella Danger, Corey Chase, Angela White, just walking down the street. It's like, that's Miami's not a real place. Miami's not a real place. But no, Wags, Starkville is advertising a biscuits and gravy wrestling competition with like bikini models. And
they used to have that up in Morgantown, West Virginia, mashed potatoes and gravy wrestling, man. Okay. So yeah, that was back in the 90s. We've grown since then, apparently. We have grown.
That's what CB's referencing. To anyone who's asking, I'm late. Where's Jordan? Jordan has an issue with his dog.
Not with the pup. So it looks like his pup got cut or something, like the dog jumped up on the table or whatever and cut his paw. So the dog had some blood coming out of the paw. So we had to get the little puppers, pampered up there. I'm sitting in for Jordan today. So
that is where Jordan is there. Patrick at 8750 says, I love buckle bunnies. Yeah, I found out what a buckle bunny was.
So what is a buckle bunny?
I gotta stay employed, Wags. I'll tell you off here.
Hold on. Let me pull up Google real quick.
Yeah, it's not outrageous, but I don't know if CBS Paramount wants me acknowledging those things on the air there.
I got you, Buck. I see the reference. I'm not. Yeah. I know that you're employed by CBS, so I'm not going to say anything. But yeah, buckle bunny. They made a reference to this in Yellowstone at one point, what a buckle bunny was.
Sure.
It's a woman that likes to tour the scenes of the rodeo. We'll say that.
That's a great way to put it. And Patrick also says, learn some history, Eric. I'll help you with where I'm from in West Texas, where we are home of the world's first rodeo. Hopefully I'm pronouncing this correctly. Pecos, Texas. Man, the crazy thing is, this was East Texas. This was so uncertain Texas.
Hey, what'd you say? Longview?
Yeah, out there by Longview, right? Longview? So East Texas. So right there on that Texas-Louisiana border is where this is from. Jake, yes, the film actress who you referenced, I've run into quite a few being in my time in South.
We actually had Mia Khalifa on the show one point.
Really?
Yeah, 2 times, as a matter of fact. The Midday show, it sucked.
Okay.
She said that she could talk sports. She claimed that she was a Maryland Terrapin fan, but she was a Duke fan. I don't know how the hell that happened. But she had a Florida State.
Right.
She was just full of shit. Just completely. She wanted to talk. She said she could talk Caps hockey. Didn't know any player on the ice except for Alexander Ovechkin. Sure. So, and of course, like BK and Trey said something about her from the internet, and she lost her shit.
Oh,
like she's just like, what? You weren't supposed to say that, and we're like, okay, cool. Well, what are you known for? There?
What else?
Right. What have you done?
Okay. Wow. Did not know that. That's pretty funny.
But yeah. So Trey ran her off.
Oh man, I will have to search the interwebs for that. I mean, I thought that our moment, Wags, the Michelle Montaigne, Caroline Fenton moment was, the peak of just, radio hilarity. But I may have to search for that. The moment I'm referencing.
Yo, I know. Yeah. Well, you're on the show now. So, the best part about that was your sigh of Keenan. Like that was the best portion.
It's one of those things that it's just like, at that moment, you're like, is this going to be the thing I'm known for the rest of my career? But also, like you said, Wags, Keenan's just like, well, you're on the show now, right? Which is really, in his defense, at that point, what else is he supposed to say, right?
fucking Keenan. Like,
what else is
classic Keenan, bro.
But I'm just like, and guys, again, I will tell this really quick again. If you don't know the backstory, Keenan emphasized, like, yo, me and Michelle Montaigne.
He's the one that booked her?
Yes. No, I didn't book her. Keenan booked her. Because
Keenan booked her.
Keenan emphasized, yo, Michelle Montaigne, I know her. We're good friends from UT. She knows my wife. So it's not like it's like, yo, I'm from Dallas. I want to book a Dallas sports personality. No, Keenan sells it like, this is my homie. Like, we walk up to them like, yo, I know her, right? So to come back with the wrong woman, that is what caused that reaction. Because I've been told for the past week that he knows this person. They type, they text, and then Michelle, and listen, Keenan's not here to defend himself, so I'll just provide the context. Michelle says, yeah, no, like myself and his wife are in the same sorority, and we are like in a sorority group chat, but we don't talk all the time. I'm like, yo, how'd you come back with the whole ass wrong woman? The only thing they have in common is they're blonde.
Keenan for mayor, bro. Make him the fucking. He just brings people together. He just brings.
Let's have some fun with this real quick. I don't know because I don't know if I have the controls to do it. If you can you just do Caroline Fenton and Michelle Montaigne, and just for our audience, those who you had a lot of long-time TSU viewers.
What do you want me to do? Sorry.
Can you Google Michelle Montaigne?
Oh yeah.
My girlfriend texted me, said, "Bro, why are you yelling?" Sorry, this is the art of radio. I'm projecting. Michelle Montaigne and Caroline Fenton, and just throw them up on the screen, maybe one after the other, because I would love for our audience. Again, a lot of longtime TSU viewers who have seen this, but for anyone who's new, I am curious if we put these two women side by side, if we say that they look together. Or maybe not side by side, but one after the other. Michelle Montaigne, of course, of she is the NBC affiliate, I believe, in Dallas, and then Caroline Fenton of Yahoo Sports. They are blonde and they are Caucasian, but I do not think they look alike. But Wags, I would be curious your thoughts. I know you and I haven't had this conversation.
I gotta pull Michelle Montaigne, and who's the other one? Caroline, right?
Caroline Fenton of Yahoo Sports.
Oh, hold on. Give me 1 second, guys.
I'm looking at Rodney's comments right here. Yeah, again, I would love for the audience to give their thoughts. Those who have been here before, have seen the bit, feel free to chime in if you are new. Because again, I think they are both blonde, but look alike. I just didn't see it. So the idea that these two people could be mixed up, it's like Keenan had never seen a picture of Michelle Montaigne, let alone been tight with this woman for years. So that is one that was pretty interesting. I think it is.
Here's Michelle Montaigne.
Yeah.
Right. That's what Michelle looks like. Okay. Now try and remember that. And this is Caroline. So they got blonde hair and they're white.
They got blonde hair and they're both Caucasian.
Yeah, that's about it, man.
So you understand, right? You understand.
No, I get it. Yeah.
How incredulous I was when he comes back with the whole ass wrong woman. Wags.
I think your sigh of Keenan is what made the clip funny. Like, it's just like and then he's like, well, shit, man, I don't know what to do now. So yeah, I was wrong about that. Screw it. We're going with it.
Good times. All right. Hey,
I love the show, man. You guys had a great show.
Oh, we had a great time doing it. Shout out to BK for giving us the opportunity. Yeah, CB, real quick. I guess I should cap with this. Michelle has done a great job for years in Dallas. Caroline Fenton is, for those who heard those episodes when we had her on, fucking beast.
Yeah, she was fire.
She's incredible. She does the show with Jason Fitz now. For those of you who remember Fitz, of formerly ESPN Radio, does it for Yahoo Sports. So no, Caroline is incredible. Check her out. She's freaking phenomenal there. This is the other thing I kind of want to ask you, getting back, kind of pivoting to Texas football. What's been, out of all of the things that have happened this year through 7 games, is Arch the biggest disappointment for you? And I'm not talking about him as a player. I'm just saying the way he's looked, right, juxtaposed with whatever your personal expectations, not saying the generational talent, whatever your personal expectations were, is he the biggest disappointment, or are there others on this team that have disappointed you?
For me, it's the tell of the tape, right? Like, and for people that watch, I would say for novice football watchers, I would say that sure, the disappointment's probably Arch, right? But for people that are kind of entrenched, it's offensive line play, right? And honestly, for me, the first couple of games, it was the edge rushing, right? You know, the second, I would say the second most important piece to the, I'd say to the team is probably the edge rusher, to counter the quarterback, except for like the unit of the offensive line, right? And the fact that we weren't getting that domination right off the edge immediately was kind of a little bit of my initial disappointment, right? To counterpoint to that, the biggest surprise optimistically was the defensive interior. I thought that was kind of a shock, and we were on house money with that. I knew that we would have a decent secondary. I knew our linebackers would be fantastic, but I guess it's been, lack of offensive production overall, but to focus on one point, it has to be the offensive line play, man. I mean, Eric, when they get out there to even try and block on the edge, they don't make contact with anybody. They're just running out there. They're just running and wasting energy. Like, hell, if you're going to do that, just stay inside and just block and, give somebody a little bit of a shell and let them be able to cut back and get back into the interior. But you're just running out there, getting to the edge. And if you're not making contact, that's a cardinal sin.
Anyone who watches football at even the most elementary level knows this. An offensive line is only as strong as their weakest link. DJ Campbell, Trevor Gooseby, those guys are having solid years, but it's all being weighed down, Wax.
I want to give Hudson credit. Like I want to give them saving grace, but we've just seen it too much time from week in and week out of where it's not a cardinal sin to miss a block. It's a cardinal sin to keep doing the same thing and missing a block, or to get out there and not even establishing contact. Talk to your running back, be like, hey man, you might have to slow down a little bit to let me get to the edge just so you can set up the block a little bit, right? If that's not, but also too, like, you got to be quick. You got to be able to get out there within 2 seconds. If you can't get out there with 2 seconds, the rest of the pursuit's going to catch it back up to you, and you've lost your plan of attack. So
correct. In terms of me, when I say biggest disappointment, like you mentioned, Arch is, guys, of the top 10 quarterbacks in Arch Manning's class, 7 of them are no longer with the same program. Right. that they signed with. Right. Quarterback recruiting is so much of a crapshoot, especially now with the portal and guys willing to leave and guys the situation they're in. Arch Manning is just as much 5-star talent as the rest of those guys, right? Dante Moore, even for example, is lighting up now, right? Dante Moore didn't begin; he was at UCLA. Right? People forget that. So,
look at what he's doing with Oregon.
Look who's doing, yeah.
Heisman campaign almost.
Yeah. The disappointment for me is not with Arch, because I expected there to be some up and down play. Yes. When it's been bad, it's been like, man, it's frighteningly bad, but that's not the biggest disappointment for me. The offensive line is one. However, I did a position ranking series entering the year, and position confidence ranking, right? I consistently had O-line last. And if I could have ranked him, I ranked him 10 out of 10. If I could have ranked him 11,
you knew this was coming.
I felt like there were going to be some growing pains. Receiver's been a little interesting for me, right? Because I was a big Ryan Wingo guy, and I am a big Ryan Wingo guy, right? And receivers, as you know, Wags, haven't played the game. That position, you're at mercy of the rest of the offensive operation. You can't block, you can't throw it. There's only so much a receiver can do, right?
But you got to be able to create separation, though, if you're a receiver, right?
I wrote several articles, Wax, saying that Ryan Wingo, if he had the same amount of targets as Jeremiah Smith or Ryan Williams, he'd be in that category. And that looks like beyond wrong now. And that's not critiquing Wingo saying he's a bust. It's just, I think maybe I got fooled into thinking he's a little further developed in his game than he really is. I thought Wingo, if you told me between Wingo and Arch Manning.
I did too. I think all of us did though, right? Like on paper, he's NFL prototype.
Yeah. Yeah. And if you put Wingo and Arch together for me, before the season, I would have said, yeah, Ryan Wingo is more developed in his game than Arch Manning is. And maybe I was wrong. And that's not saying he won't still be a talented guy, but I think I just totally misjudged maybe where he is. And if I had to kind of do it in percentages, I would say 70% of it is maybe his development, maybe 30% of where his struggles are just the overall offensive inefficiency.
Scheme, okay.
But that is a thing that I'm like, man, I again, not saying he's a bust, just disappointed because maybe maybe wrongly I thought he was further along in his development than he actually.
Well, we could have been misled too, right? I mean, based off the talent that we've seen and the tape that we've seen off of last season, they're not even going back. Like, where's the end of round? Where are the end of rounds with Ryan Wingo? Right? Where is the scheme of getting Ryan Wingo in space to create one-on-ones? Like that was there existing last season, but it's not this season. So I guess like the question that we should be asking is why? Like why the step back? Why the lack of confidence in Wingo to get him into a set, or maybe just install a package to where he can kind of take over? Because it looks like those reps, or it looks like those targets are now going to Livingstone, right? Or being forced to Livingstone.
If I had to give an answer, I think this is it. Remember, Ryan Wingo at best was the number 3 target on last year's team, at worst number 4, because you had Bond, Silas, and Matt Golden, and of course Gunnar Helm, right? No. Matt Golden is such a polished route runner and such a guy in terms of taking the attention from the defense that Ryan Wingo could operate in a different space that he can now as the de facto number 1 target, right?
That's a really good point.
I think that is the answer to why now it looks like he couldn't buy separation, right? And you already have a Parker Livingstone who, again, straight line runner, but Parker's more of a big-bodied contested catch / downfield guy, right? Unless you are Randy Moss, right? Someone like that who was 6'4" and just was faster than everybody else.
Yeah.
You're not really going to create a ton of separation. Like Calvin Johnson, Megatron, like super fast, but he was never going to create a ton of separation as much as he just was bigger and more athletic than everybody else go get the ball, right? Mike Evans doesn't create a ton of separation.
But his catch radius is astronomical.
His catch radius is insane, right? So I think that's one of the issues there with Ryan Wingo. Do want to ask you this before we get out of here? We've got about 4 or 5 minutes left, and I alluded to it earlier in the show. Didn't get a chance to ask your thoughts, Wags. What were your thoughts on Steve Sarkisian's answer in terms of the would he ever give up the offensive play calling duties? Because I think there's a short-term answer and a long-term answer, but I'd just love what your thoughts on what you heard.
I like the fact that he took ownership on it and that he wants to rely, or I guess he's putting the program solely on his self, right? And he wants to take onus on that. I commend that, right? Like if that's the deal, and if you want that full control, like that you're going to go down with the ship too. You don't have any excuses. You can't pawn it off on my offensive coordinator, my play caller, because you are the guy, right? You're the dude that's doing the X's and O's. I commend that. I also think it shows that he has confidence in his staff to where he can delegate and let them take care of other things. Let them focus on defensive line play. Let them focus on, the wide receiver room, right? And, let him work with the quarterbacks and work on the play calling scheme. To me, that shows a lot of confidence in your staff, but also the counterpoint to that many will bring up is, if you are doing that, if you're strictly on play calling, how are you properly delegating and doing oversight to the rest of the positions? One, it's called trust, right? And we've seen that Sark is big on trust. If you can't tote the rock, you don't get carries, right? If you put the ball on the deck, you don't get carries. So that, I think that transcends to the coaching staff too, right? If the coaching staff has a good hand, a well-kept room, it's probably easier for Sark to delegate and just be like, you know what, man, I'm good with the play calling duties here, and everything else is just going to kind of fall in play. I commend it, honestly.
Wags, I haven't had a chance this week. I'm going to try to next week to look at the percentage of NFL head coaches who are either a primary play caller on offense or defense, and the percentage, obviously it has to be the percentage because there's 8,000 more college teams than there are NFL, percentage of college coaches who are offensive or defensive play callers. The reason I say that is this. The way the question was framed to Steve, I think, was the right way, which was, given all of the responsibilities in today's college football,
should he step back?
Recruiting, NIL, all these things. In the NFL, because there's actual structure, at least during the season, all the head coach has to do is, I mean, not all, I shouldn't say all, but like they're the CEO, right? So if you want to
your oversight, it's delegated for
right.
sure.
So if you want to take on play calling, I think there's merit to the idea that it's a little less taxing at that level than at this level. When you see Steve pregame on his iPhone, you know what he's doing? He's throwing a flash and hook him to recruits, right? He's not in the lab, like going over, right? Like there are just way more responsibilities to do that. CB threw a comment that says, isn't Jimbo Fisher the last head coach to win a national championship and be the play caller? Do you know last year's national champion, Ohio State, Ryan Day gave up play calling duties. Ryan Day's an
first year he did that too, right?
First year he did it. Ryan Day's an offensive guy, built his name up, former quarterback at New Hampshire. I'm not saying that Steve needs to do it, but I do think there's merit to the idea that in today's college football, there are so many things you have to be responsible for that maybe it's not in your best interest. But I do agree with Steve's point. That's what he was hired to do. And if he believes he's the best at it, and I'm telling Texas fans right now, who I think on our boards, Wags at Horns 24/7, this is probably 15%, 20% wanted to give up the play calling duties now. You don't want that. You know why? There's no one else who's ever done it. Kyle Flood.
You're mid-season. You can't make the move mid-season.
Kyle Flood hasn't done it. Chris Jackson has never been a coordinator. Mike Biamonte's a young coach. AJ Milway's never done it. Steve has to call the plays for the rest of this year. Now, if you want to assess it in the offseason, I do think there's merit to that. But I think it's very real that Steve may have to sit back and say, it's not even that I am a poor play caller, but the responsibilities of this job are such that you don't. It's not like he has to turn the whole thing over. You can hire someone, either promote or hire someone who you trust, who say, I'm going to be involved in this to maybe 50, 60% less extent, but you're going to kind of, on game days, it's you, but we'll put this together as a collective. You don't have to fully remove yourself, but I think it's something to consider.
I think it's the toughest thing to do though, right? Like how do we take responsibility off of our plate? Especially when we've wanted to own up to that so long and make it our baby. Hubris is real, right? It's real. Ego's real. And it comes in a way, it gets in the way of a lot. So
Wags, super quick, and we can, get out here on this. For a guy who remembers,
I wanted to ask you one more question. But
no, go for it. But remember this: when talking about Steve in control, this is his second chance at this, right? We don't need to rehash what happened at SC, but he's been very transparent.
Everything's his now, man. This is here for this is all your program now, buddy.
He thought he would not get another opportunity to be a big time FBS head coach. So of course, that guy, given everything he's been through, wants to say, if I'm gonna go, if I win, lose, or draw, it's on me.
Right.
I can understand that, Wags. Go ahead.
I'm up with that. My question is, which ideology did you subscribe to? It sounds like you're favoring a little bit of the Ryan Day way, kind of take a step back, regress a little bit, and allow someone else to kind of call the plays. But ultimately, like, would you like to see Steve continue with this, or maybe next season bring in someone to kind of be the offensive guru and kind of do the X's and O's while he does oversight?
This is genuinely how I feel. I don't believe, and I'm not, shitting on fans when I say this, right? Obviously, in my role, it's my job to kind of be a little more even keeled. The guy didn't forget how to call plays in a year, right?
Right, exactly.
He didn't forget how to do it.
And the point per, what'd you say, points per game? Like, what's he usually average? Like that
between 34 and 36 points per game. He didn't forget how to do it overnight.
Right.
But I do in this era, right? I would like to give you an answer. I'm not going to waffle. To give you an answer, I think Steve can remain as the play caller next year, but I would like for him to take a serious thought and say, hey, given all of the things that go on, is it at least consider it, right? It shouldn't be because this was a question, Wags. I wish I could remember who asked it to him, but he was asked the question at the Touchdown Club of Houston. It's the annual event that Mattress Mac throws every year at the whatever venue that is, Bayou City Event Center in Houston. He was asked about possibly giving up play calling duties, not out of a sense like, oh man, the team is struggling, just more of the big picture of it. And Steve was adamant, like, As long as I'm good at it, I'm going to do it. What I'm saying is I think he can still come into 2026 as the play caller, but I think it needs to be a little more of a self-reflection than as long as I think I'm good at it, I'm going to do it. I think this needs to be a little bit more of, hey, is this too big to where maybe I can take something off my plate? Right. If he makes that honest assessment and says, you know what, I can still do it, I would be fine with it. But I think it can't just be, that's why I got hired, so I'm doing it. Simple as that.
No, I'm with you, man. I admire the ownership of it and wanting to go down with the ship, but at the counterpoint, you have to ask the question to what extent or what expense rather. Like, are you doing this and willingly enough to take the whole damn program down with you, or
right,
or are you going to be able to kind of let the ego kind of mend and be like, all right, for the better of the program, I'm gonna let go of my play calling duties and do a little bit more oversight. Hey, great conversation today, man.
No, this is fun, man. Appreciate it.
Knee-jerk reaction kind of getting in here, but hey, I like it, man. I like the spontaneous. I hope Jordan's dog's good.
No, we hope Jordan's dog's good. So
it's all for the pups. It's all for the pups, man.
All for the pup. Let's hope he's back tomorrow.
I do not know what's coming up on the app next. Do you have that?
I do not. That'd be a Jordan Scruggs deal. So I do not know.
So for you guys that are about to stay on with us, remember we have Chip and Zay in the afternoons here at 2 p.m. Make sure you stay on board with that. But up next is a surprise. You have to stay on to figure it out. But don't forget to like the video as soon as this thing gets posted, all right? But hey, guess what, guys? Surprise.
Surprise.
Hey, thanks for the conversation, E. I appreciate you, brother.
Appreciate you, buddy. Thank you.